Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Bright and early Friday morning to you. It is February 24th, and thanks for being here. Let's go ahead and start you off on your weekend, with meteorologist Amy Aronson, our weekend team here.
Yeah, on a Friday, right?
Exactly.
Kicking things off a little early. How about that day yesterday? So nice.
I just couldn't get enough of it.
I wish we could just bottle it up and keep it forever. We actually reached the record yesterday. Actually, we got above it. So a new record was set, 79 degrees. The old record was 78, of course, from 1874. So some pretty warm stuff. Now we're coming off of that gradually. Still not bad right now. If you're stepping out dark and early this morning, you're probably thinking, I don't even need a jacket. But I would bring it with you because temperatures are actually peaking as we speak in the upper 50s. And they're going to fall as we head through the afternoon. That means send the kids with a jacket today as they head out to the bus stop. It's going to be much colder as we head through the rest of the day today, with temperatures actually only in the low 50s, the brisk low 50s, as we head through pickup time later today. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know where these temperatures are headed over the weekend, and also when we could see, believe it or not, some snow showers over the weekend. Taylor?
All righty. Lens Solar Traffic Network for you here. Live cameras throughout the Baltimore region show everything's moving smooth for you here at 4:31 a.m. For your crisis in the classroom coverage, the fate of the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys still hangs in the balance this morning. After hours of back and forth, school board members, the charter, they just couldn't reach an agreement with the Baltimore City School Board. The board shared a list of concerns and conditions for the school. That includes bringing on more certified teachers, improving special education, and bringing on a financial advisor. But even after 3 hours of debating, no decision was made. The CEO of Baltimore Collegiate telling us he remains optimistic despite the outcome.
That's their job, to have concerns. And so I want them to work that out. I want them to be able to be comfortable with supporting us. But I implore them to just think about what we do for the city. There's lots of parents who thank us for turning their sons around.
Now, the charter school will have to wait until next Tuesday to know whether it's staying open or if it'll have to close its doors. Now, the fallout continues over Governor Wes Moore's plan to gradually phase out the Boost program. Now, it provides money for families who can't afford private school. And while parents argue he's cutting education access, Governor Moore defends his plan.
That public dollars should not be going to private schools. Public dollars are going towards ensuring that we're building a world-class public school system for all Maryland students.
I just don't think that this is an area that we should cut. We are ultimately cutting kids' futures if we do that.
Governor Moore says the current participants in the Boost program will continue to receive scholarships. We invite you to join us for a Your Voice, Your Future Crisis in the Classroom town hall. It's going to focus on the relationship between crime, poverty, and education, happening at Hoover Memorial Church this Monday at 7 o'clock. You can also watch it live on FoxBaltimore.com.
This is a tremendous gamble.
I see nothing in the 2016 agreement or in this one that says BGE must give notice. I don't see anything in the agreements around ADA compliance.
Coverage continues on the mayor's controversial conduit deal. The Baltimore City Council questioning representatives with BGE on how the role they'll play under the new agreement works out. Other utilities who've also cables running through the conduit system say the new agreement gives BGE an unfair advantage.
When we look at this agreement, we see an opportunity.
Just about 30 minutes here. Shannon Lilly is going to join us live with more on what happened at yesterday's hearing. Meantime, the Baltimore NAACP also taking a stand on this issue. It's calling on the mayor to stop the deal until the city council can look into it further, accusing BGE of having a history of discriminatory practices.
In the last few years, I have come to realize that BGE is the last company that the city council or our mayor should blindly trust to make a good faith effort to equitably utilize minority contractors. I've learned that BGE has a company-wide and systemic pattern and practice of discriminating against Black utility workers.
A spokesperson with BGE says the company routinely exceeds minority hiring requirements and says the complaints of discrimination are simply not true. BGE customers could see major hikes on their monthly bill. Now, a proposed rate hike for your monthly bill would be an average of $10.03 each month, but year by year, you're paying $30 each month, and that's more than you're paying now. In counties under pressure, the Towson community has been on edge for weeks after a string of recent violence. First, 3 victims were raped at gunpoint downtown, and then a shooting and a stabbing on a Super Bowl Sunday, and one on Monday. 17-year-old Trishawn Harmon was murdered steps from the Towson Town Circle. Now, county leaders and police say they're moving forward with grants for license plate readers, more cameras. They're even exploring hiring additional security to help police.
I called my camera company, the guy that installed a lot of the cameras, and said, we need you here ASAP to put cameras on the back of buildings and alleys.
Anything that they do is great. We will definitely be behind them.
Safety has been a growing concern for shoppers at malls throughout the Baltimore region, not just Baltimore County. After a large brawl at the mall in Columbia, employees are calling for adult chaperones for anyone under 17. Now, the owners of the mall in Columbia also own Towson Town Center, which does have a parental policy. Shopping centers in White Marsh also require adults with minors. We have an update on an Amber Alert in Prince George's County. This from last night. 3-year-old Blake Morgan has been found safe, and so has the vehicle that was stolen from that Royal Farms in Upper Marlboro. He was in the back seat of it. The suspect is now in custody. Maryland State Police could soon have a new leader in place. Governor Wes Moore nominated longtime police veteran Lieutenant Colonel Ronald Butler to lead the agency through uncertain times. The agency faces questions about discriminatory hiring, a quota system for traffic stops, arrest, and several other issues. But Butler says he's going to face them head on.
We're here to safeguard the communities and the people within Maryland. We will do our very best. I will hold people accountable. My executive staff will hold me accountable.
If confirmed, Butler would be the first African American to lead the state police department. It's been 1 year since Russia invaded Ukraine. How people in the city are remembering the lives lost in this war. And following record warm temperatures, winter-like weather is headed back. Meteorologist Amy Aronson letting us know how cold it'll get for the weekend ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
4:40 on this Friday morning. Today's going to feel much different than yesterday. We're a far cry from the 70s we enjoyed yesterday afternoon. Instead, it's going to feel like we're actually in the brisk low to mid 40s today. That's all as winds pick up and come in from the north and gusts as high as 20-25 miles an hour. And it's going to turn even colder and wintry this weekend. I'll explain when we could also see a couple of snow showers over the weekend in just about 10 minutes. Taylor?
Happening today, there's a vigil at the Inner Harbor to remember the lives lost in the Russia-Ukraine war, marking 1 year since it began. Also, today's the deadline for both sides in the Marilyn Mosby case to present possible dates for her upcoming federal trial. It's already been delayed 3 times. And the CIAA tournament continues with a special lunch at the Pendry to celebrate the accomplishments of the Baltimore City athletes. A woman who lost her partner due to a drug overdose fights for reform in Annapolis, what she wants every hospital to do to prevent more deadly overdoses.
The drug meant for diabetes patients is going viral for celebrity weight loss. I'm Angela Brown in Washington, D.C. We'll tell you what doctors say you can do if you can't find Ozempic.
And here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jean Jeff Coat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now. Following the money, your tax dollars being spent freely. It's our waste of the week as we open the books on wasteful government spending. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
And you can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. In your health headlines, the Maryland State House is debating a bill that would require emergency departments of hospitals to test for fentanyl every time they drug test a patient suffering from a drug overdose. A Baltimore woman who lost her partner to a fentanyl overdose testified before lawmakers yesterday. She says this bill will save lives.
At the hospital, Josh was pronounced brain dead. Several days later, his family and I got his urine drug screen back. It showed only cocaine, despite his family and I finding fentanyl in an apartment. It turns out the hospital had not tested for fentanyl. This bill is a simple and logical step that we can take towards addressing the fentanyl crisis in Maryland, and I truly do believe it has the ability to save hundreds of lives.
A companion bill is working its way through the Senate. A diabetes drug now a weight loss sensation among stars, causing major supply chain issues for patients who depend on that medication. This morning, the National Desk, Angela Brown, shares what patients can do if they can't get their hands on it.
The drug we're talking about is called Ozempic. Doctors tell me one solution is switching to another diabetes medication. The only problem, it may not work as well.
Ozempic is everywhere. The commercial with the catchy jingle running constantly. Now trendy on social media, even getting the nickname the skinny pin because you inject it. Dr. Justin Kobe from Cedarville University is frustrated by all the weight loss hype.
I'm kind of disgusted by it, if I have to be completely honest. If we have type 2 diabetics who are desperately need to get that A1C down to improve the longevity of their life, and folks are being misprescribed it because of their celebrity status.
The wealthy are using it as a wonder drug for weight loss. Elon Musk tweeting last year, fasting plus Ozempic, Wegovy, no tasty food near me. And celebrity doctors are prescribing it.
My doctor, my anti-aging doctor, just hands it out to anybody, right? I didn't even know I was on it.
High demand, low supply. Pharmacies can't keep it in stock. The FDA approved Ozempic to manage type 2 diabetes. Without that medication, blood sugar levels may spike. Doctors say a side effect is weight loss, not the purpose.
A provider who prescribes Ozempic for weight loss is really prescribing a drug that's not approved for weight loss.
Novo Nordisk, the company that makes Ozempic, told NBC News in January that the availability of Ozempic has improved, but supply issues still remain. Meantime, doctors say patients should look for other options.
There are other medications in the same class of drug that we can switch to, but eventually we'll run all that supply out. I think another answer is going back to the old guidelines and using other medications that are readily available, like metformin.
If you are going to make the switch, always check your health insurance to make sure that new medication is going to be covered. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
All right, we're on a roller coaster ride today. Let's get over to meteorologist Amy Aronson, because we had gorgeous weather yesterday. And today, what are we talking about?
Yeah, not as much. We're transitioning this morning, though, from the 70s to the 60s to the 50s, so things are gradually cooling back down. Actually, it doesn't feel bad when you step out this morning. We've got upper 50s, low 60s to start. But these numbers are deceiving. They're not going to last. This is actually the high temperature for the day, and it's unfortunately only down from here. So here comes that colder air, cold front in the process of moving through our area as we speak. So we're still holding on to that mild stuff before all that blue gets here. That's eventually going to work its way in and take over as we head into the weekend. And eventually we'll see temperatures in the 20s here again within the next 12 to 24 hours. So here's that cold front now in the process of moving offshore. Coming in behind it, we're going to be tracking that colder air today. That's going to be taking over, especially as we get into the weekend. And we're actually going to throw in the risk for, a little bit of snow. Little bit being the key word. Watch the future scan here. As we zip through the day today, just sunshine. It's going to be breezy out there, making it feel much colder than it actually is. But it's tomorrow that I'm tracking a little itty-bitty disturbance. It arrives late during the morning through the midday hours. Right now, future scan showing most of the precipitation with that just to our south, but some other forecast models pushing it back towards Baltimore, showing that chance for a brief rain and snow shower. No, I don't think we're tracking accumulations here. The ground is really warm, so minimal impacts expected. But I wouldn't be shocked if we see some snow showers briefly scattered about tomorrow afternoon. They're out of here by Sunday, and temperatures are going to warm. Temperatures are going to make a run for the mid-50s again to close out the weekend. And then we follow that up with another weather maker on Monday. This one will be an all-rain producer for us, but send us on and off showers throughout Monday afternoon. So today's dry at least, but it's going to be much colder than the 70s. The upper 70s we enjoyed yesterday. We're back in the low 50s today. Plus, you factor in some gusty winds, and it's going to feel about 5 to 10 degrees colder than that. Even colder tonight. So if you're headed out for a date night or Friday night dinner, bundle up. Break out the winter jacket again. It's going to be chilly as temperatures fall through the 40s overnight. Over the weekend, even colder. Saturday is going to feel very wintry with highs in the upper 30s. Plus, I'm throwing in that chance for a couple of snow showers. Sunday is definitely the better of the 2 weekend days for outdoor plans, with highs bouncing back into the mid-50s. Early next week, we are tracking rain on Monday with some cooler temperatures. But after that, temperatures will be improving again. The 50s, even near 60 degrees back in sight, with some more spotty showers showing up come Thursday. Taylor?
All right, now to the Glen Solar Traffic Network. Your live cameras here throughout the Baltimore region. Not a lot of volume here at 450. We'll keep you updated throughout the morning. Let's go ahead and check in with Mass Transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning to you.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Out there right now, you'll find on the MARC train system a delay. It's a Penn train 505, running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Out there on Light Rail Link on time service from end to end there, and Metro Subway Link on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your Friday start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thanks, Mark.
Police departments nationwide opting for quantity over quality in order to fill their ranks amid the hiring crisis. I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington with how some experts say this could be a deadly solution.
BGE grilled by the Baltimore City Council over the city's conduit deal. Just ahead, the big questions asked inside that meeting. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines, police departments across the country are lowering hiring standards. They say that in an effort to fill the immense number of vacant positions. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us from Washington with why experts argue this could be a dangerous solution with deadly consequences.
The negative sentiments surrounding police following the murder of George Floyd in 2020, leaving some departments few options but to loosen hiring standards to address the staffing crisis.
Lowering or getting rid of college requirements, changing the standards for prior drug use,
changing the standards for prior involvement in criminal activity, having a criminal record, for example, eliminating physical agility testing.
You might get sprayed again.
The consequences of these changes starting to manifest. Under loosened standards, the Memphis Police Department hired Demetrius Haley, a former corrections officer who was once sued for beating an inmate. Earlier this year, Haley was one of the 5 officers involved in the brutal death of Tyree Nichols.
And objectively, we can say that under any reasonable standards for hiring a law enforcement officer, he simply wouldn't have been hired.
The struggle to retain officers as challenging as attracting new ones. A 2022 8-city survey reported 51% of police officers considered quitting because of anti-police public sentiment. 59% report knowing a colleague who left because of negative public opinion towards law enforcement. The state of Ohio working out ways to attract qualified candidates through Governor Mike DeWine's College to Law Enforcement Pathways program.
So we vet them, train them, develop them, and we make them available to agencies.
DeWine placing former Cleveland Police Chief Dr. Patrick Oliver in charge of the pilot program at Cedarville University.
Whenever you look at an actual police misconduct case, what it comes down to is the quality of the officer involved. And law enforcement agencies hire most of their problems. So if you get the right people in the organization, you're going to get the right type of service from those officers.
Oliver says the program they're piloting at Cedarville University is replicable and scalable. He says it could be one solution to attracting a higher quantity of quality police officers at departments across the country. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Alec Murdaugh takes the stand in his double murder trial where he denies killing his wife and son, but also admits to lying to law enforcement after those murders took place.
Mr. Griffin, I didn't shoot my wife or my son anytime, ever. I wasn't thinking clearly. I don't think I was capable of reason. And I lied about being down there. And I'm so sorry that I did.
The defense brings up a major piece of evidence against Murdaugh right away. The video showing him near the dog kennels at their home shortly before the murder took place. Now, Murdaugh originally denied he was even home at the time, but at least 10 witnesses have testified in this hearing that they heard his voice on a video recorded by his son, Paul, that night. The defendant says he lied to South Carolina law enforcement about being there because he didn't trust them. He says his addiction to prescription opioids made him paranoid. He broke down when asked to describe the scene of the murders.
So what y'all have seen pictures of? So bad.
He says once he found their bodies, he called 911 and tried to tend to his son Paul and wife Maggie. Murdaugh testified after finding their bodies, he went to the back of the house to get a gun because he says he didn't know if someone was still out there. Disgraced media mogul Harvey Weinstein is sentenced to 16 years in prison following a rape conviction in Los Angeles. The 70-year-old has more than 20 years remaining on a separate conviction in New York. Now, Weinstein's lawyers say he's in poor health and the punishment is effectively a life sentence. The man convicted in the murder of a Navy shipman's mother could soon learn his fate. What we know about the case just ahead.
And after a really warm day yesterday, we're cooling it down as we get into the weekend. It's actually going to look and feel like winter tomorrow. I'll explain the reason why in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Coming up on 5 o'clock on this Friday morning, February 24th, I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland. Let's check in with meteorologist Amy Aronson. A look at the forecast, and we're all over the place.
All over the place. Hopefully everybody enjoyed that 79-degree day yesterday in February. Pretty incredible stuff. Today, a much different story. Actually, this morning's not that bad. So we're coming off that warm day yesterday. It's taking some time for our temperatures to cool down. We're actually in the pretty mild upper 50s and low 60s to start off your day. You'll probably step out with a dog and think think, hey, I don't need a jacket again, but you're going to want to bring one with you because these numbers will actually be falling as the day continues. So right now is actually the warmest part of the day. As you sip on that first cup of coffee, temperatures will be starting off in the 50s, but look at where they're headed by daybreak, falling from the 50s to the 40s, and then that's where we're going to stay for much of the afternoon. And the weekend starts off even colder, plus it's going to look kind of wintry. I'll explain the reason why in just over 10 minutes. Tom?
Hey, thank you, Amy. And to your Lens Solar Traffic Network, some of the cameras around the Baltimore region, still working on that one on the top left near Old Port, moving that here. But it looks like roadways are wide open across the entire state. No collisions to report.
After an hours-long hearing and confusing back and forth from school board members, the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys still doesn't know its fate. The school is at risk of losing its charter. The board delaying the vote after weeks of uncertainty and 2 previous hearings. The CEO of Baltimore Collegiate telling us that he remains optimistic.
That's their job, to have concerns. And so I want them to work that out. I want them to be able to be comfortable with supporting us. But I implore them to just think about what we do for the city. There's lots of parents who thank us for turning their sons around.
In just about 30 minutes, learn why the board didn't come to a decision.
Well, happening today, the man found guilty of shooting and killing a Navy midshipman's mother will be sentenced today. A jury found Angelo Harrod guilty of murder late last year. Michelle Cummings was in town to witness her son's induction into the Naval Academy. She was hit and killed by a stray bullet while she was just sitting outside the Graduate Hotel in June of 2021. Harrod faces life in prison.
Also happening today, it is officially 1 year since the Russia-Ukraine war began. There will be a vigil at the Inner Harbor to remember lives lost. It's the deadline for both sides in the Marilyn Mosby case to present possible dates for her upcoming federal trial, which has already been delayed 3 times.
5:02 on breaking this morning. China reportedly calling for a ceasefire between their Russian allies and Ukraine.
That's right. This comes on the 1-year anniversary of the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Taylor Stewart is joining us from our live center. U.S. officials have been warning China against getting more involved in the war for months now. Taylor?
That's right. And China has continually neutrality in the ongoing war. But take a look at this tweet from the AP this morning. China is now saying they may provide Russia with military aid and claims Beijing has denied. But a new report indicates the countries could strike a deal to provide about 100 kamikaze drones with the possible delivery date of April. The United Nations calling for an end to the war in Ukraine at the 11th emergency special session just this past Thursday. U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan called the vote, quote, an overwhelming demonstration of support for Ukraine and a clear defense of freedom for people everywhere. Well, new images are showing the devastation in the war-torn Bankman area and the site of the longest battle of the war to date. It's the region that's still been the stage of a full-scale invasion, fielding waves of Russian soldiers and countless shellings over the past year. A live look now over the White House, where President Biden's going to gather with G7 leaders and President Zelensky in just a few hours from now, starting actually at 9 o'clock. It's a virtual meeting for continued support. We'll be monitoring that and bring you all the developments right here at the Live Center. Back to you.
Thank you, Taylor. A Frederick County mother demanding parents be more involved in the school district's book review process. Just ahead, why she claims some of the books are sexually explicit.
And temperatures are all over the place over the next couple of days. We're back in the low 50s today. We barely reach 40 tomorrow, but then after that, temperatures gradually improve. I'll explain when we could also see some snow showers this weekend in a couple of minutes. It's 5:04. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. 5:06 on this Friday morning. We are starting off mild this morning, but temperatures are going to cool, especially as we get into the weekend. So we've got some big changes headed our direction, turning brisk and cooler today. Highs technically in the low 50s, feeling about 10 degrees colder than that. Tomorrow screams winter. Not only are we barely reaching that 40-degree mark, we could also see a couple of snow showers. I think impacts will be minimal. Remember, road temperatures have been nice and warm, plus moisture looks pretty limited with that system. So no accumulations expected from that, but it is going to feel wintry. By Sunday, the good news is we're looking drier with some sunshine and temperatures will be improving. So I'd say Sunday is definitely the pick of the weekend. High temperatures will be warming back to where they have been. We are making a run for the mid-50s again on Sunday. And the milder temperatures will stick around next week. So coming up in just over 10 minutes, I'll show you exactly where these temperatures are trending and when we are tracking a couple of chances for rain in the week ahead. Tom, Megan.
Thank you, Amy. BGE grilled by city council members with some questions about its controversial conduit deal with the mayor. In just about 10 minutes, Mackenzie Frost takes a look into what brought us to yesterday's hearing.
And business leaders in Towson feeling hopeful after a safety walk Wednesday night, just ahead the new security measures going into place after a murder and several other violent crimes. It's 5:08 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Do you believe that BGE will be able to service the conduit system at the same level that your team has been servicing it to date?
Okay.
It's really a yes or no. Are they going to?
I was trying to go back through the different questions.
Continuing coverage, Baltimore City Council members demanding answers about Mayor Brandon Scott's controversial conduit deal with BGE. Leaders from the utility company and the Scott administration facing tough questions during a hearing that lasted several hours.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with what this means now moving forward. Shannon?
Well, despite continued concern, Tom, from many at City Hall, even following this meeting, there's likely very little that anyone in City Council can really do now to stop this agreement. And at last night's meeting, anger kicked into high gear.
I see nothing in the 2016 agreement or in this one that says BGE must give notice. I don't see anything in the agreements around ADA compliance. The fact that you're going to be going and doing much more work in our city and we're not going to get notice as residents that you're there is astounding.
We are gambling the future of our system in hopes that BGE can perform and their contractors will perform at the same high level as DOT has been performing.
Yeah, those questions and suspicions have been swirling through City Hall for weeks over a conduit agreement many council members say they knew nothing about until the deal was already done. In fact, the agreement was negotiated by the mayor's office and gives BGE broad control over the city's underground conduit system. Representatives with BGE were questioned and re-questioned about the role BGE will play under the new agreement.
When we look at this agreement, we see an opportunity.
Now, other utilities have cables running through the conduit system, and they say the new agreement gives BGE an unfair advantage. But again, there might not be really much that can be done at this point because the mayor already passed this agreement at the Board of Estimates last week, and the acting solicitor admitted that it's passed, it's filed, and it's done. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. BGE customers could see major hikes on their monthly utility bill. Proposed rate hike would increase your monthly bill by an average of $10 in each of the next 3 years. So by year 3, you'd be paying $30 more a month than you are paying right now.
The Baltimore NAACP also taking a stand on the issue. It's calling on the mayor to stop the deal until the city council can look into it further, accusing BGE of having a history of discriminatory practices.
In the last few years, I have come to realize that BGE is the last company that the city council or our mayor should blindly trust to make a good faith effort to equitably utilize minority contractors. I've learned that BGE has a company-wide and systemic pattern and practice of discriminating against Black utility workers.
A spokesman with BGE says the company routinely exceeds minority hiring requirements and says the complaints of discrimination are simply not true.
5:14 now, and in your consumer news this Friday morning, there is a possible end in sight to those high egg prices. USDA's chief economist says that wholesale egg prices will fall about 30% this year. That is if the U.S. avoids more outbreaks of bird flu. The price of a dozen eggs was up 150% in January from a year ago, averaging $4.80 per dozen. That's according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The USDA also says egg production will increase 4% this year to almost 9.5 billion dozens. Shares of Domino's Pizza are dropping following persistent problems with its deliveries. Stock for the pizza chain plunging about 11%. Domino's leaders say in the fourth quarter, deliveries at stores open at least a year fell more than 6% compared to the same period last year. With inflation still high, analysts say customers may be turned off by delivery fees set by those local stores and franchises. Target is scaling up its next-day delivery capabilities. The company announcing it's investing $100 million to expand its sorting network. That includes adding at least 6 new facilities where orders are packed and sorted for delivery by the end of 2026. And the additions will bring the total number of the sorting centers to more than 15. Target says it will deliver 26 million packages to customers in 2022. Expects that number to double in the coming year.
More restaurants are turning to monthly subscriptions in an effort to attract customers. Chains like Panera and P.F. Chang's are experimenting with the subscription model in the hopes of upping business. Some are offering unlimited drinks or free delivery or a monthly fee. This comes as personal finance app Rocket Money says the average American is enrolled in 6.7 subscriptions last year, up 4.2 from 2019.
Absolutely amazing day yesterday. I don't know if you're able to get outside at all, but it was like, it was just one of those, like, all right, grill it up, swatting at bees. I mean, it was incredible.
Record set, too. Meteorologist Amy Aronson here to let us know the turnaround.
Yeah, a big change coming. Hopefully nobody gets sick. I feel like with these temperature ups and downs, that's what tends to happen. I saw folks outside in shorts, t-shirts yesterday. Felt like summer. 79 degrees was logged yesterday, so a new record was officially set. Actually, most of the month we've been above average. If we take a look at the numbers so far, I only count 5 days where temperatures have been below average. And if we take a look at the numbers as a whole, normal average high around 45 degrees, we're already at an average high of 55 pretty much, with 11 days actually in the 60s and the 70s so far. Now, the next 2 days, I have a feeling I'm going to fill in blue, and that's because temperatures are falling, especially tomorrow. Right now, we're actually holding on to the low 60s. That's our high for the day. Temperatures are going to be falling from here. Winds are already picking up from the west-northwest at 15 miles an hour behind that cold front. Winds will continue to pick up today and usher in that much colder air. So here's that cold front moving off to our south and east this morning. Colder air is going to flow in behind it. Winds are going to be picking up, and temperatures, unfortunately, are going to come crashing back down. So tracking your temperatures, showing that we are dropping today through the 40s. Actually, that's where we'll stay much of the afternoon. As we kick off the weekend tomorrow, pretty cold stuff when you wake up. We start off back in the mid-20s. And not only is it going to be cold, we could see some of this happen. Some flurries popping up here right around midday, even a couple of brief snow showers, especially if you're just south of Baltimore as we head through the late afternoon. Now, this will just be conversational snow. No major impacts expected. Road temperatures are pretty warm after the past couple of days. Plus, we've got very, very limited moisture. Lots of dry air that this moisture is actually up against. As we head through Saturday evening, any snow showers that manage to develop are out of here. We stay chilly, though. We barely reach 40 degrees. We spend much of the day in the upper 30s. So it feels like winter briefly. It's going to be brisk today with highs in the low 50s, feeling like we're actually in the low 40s. Tomorrow, we barely reach 40 degrees. We'll spend the day in the colder upper 30s with that chance for some snow showers briefly around midday. Sunday looks much better for outdoor plans. We welcome back some sunshine, plus we warm back into the mid-50s. After that, I'm tracking another weather maker on Monday. This one will send us all rain, a chilly rain with highs in the upper 40s. After that gets out of here, we've got a brief little warm up this week, a far cry from the 70s, but we will be back in the 50s both Tuesday and Wednesday. And then it looks like another shot at showers will follow on Thursday, with highs briefly reaching 60 degrees again. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we have your drive times pulled up, and we are in the green. Pretty smooth traveling out there. 9 minutes, your longest commute from 95 to 83. For a check on mass transit, we have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. The commute start is a good one out there, especially on the MARC train system. Just dealing with a minor delay on the Penn line. It's Penn train 505, running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC are on time. Light rail link keeping to the schedule. No delays in either direction there. Same on Metro Subway link on time. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. The future of Baltimore Charter School still up in the air. Just ahead, why it's taking even more time for the Baltimore City School Board to make a decision.
And there will be several major economic indicators released today. Just ahead, what we can expect from the data being released. 5:20 on Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
523 and continuing coverage this morning. The conduit contract has been raising questions for weeks now.
Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost is at the accountability desk. She highlights the key players and where the investigation into the contract stands.
We're at the accountability desk, and let's go through some of the key players involved in this deal. Mayor Brandon Scott, he approved this deal on the February 15th Board of Estimates meeting despite significant opposition from several other leaders, including some inside City Hall. That's Jim Shea, the former city solicitor. And the city tells us that Shea worked on this deal with BGE along with all the other legal issues before the city before he retired in January of this year. This is Calvin Butler. He's the CEO of Exelon, but he was with BGE when Jim Shea was the chairman of a law firm that was working with BGE's parent company, Exelon, for their merger with Pepco in 2016. And it's this relationship that really had us wondering what's in it for Mayor Brandon Scott. So we asked him a couple questions, and here's what he said.
Do you have anything to gain personally from this contract?
Mackenzie, that's the most disrespectful questions you've ever asked me. No, I don't have anything personal to gain. I do what's right for Baltimore, not what's right for me.
This is Ebony Thompson. She's the acting city solicitor taking over for Jim Shea after he retired. She too worked for the same law firm that Shea did, and according to her LinkedIn page, also worked on that merger between Exelon and Pepco in 2016. The relationship between Butler and these city leaders had us wondering a few things, so we sent questions to Butler himself. When did you start negotiating contracts between BGE and the city of Baltimore? How does this contract benefit the people of Baltimore? We're still waiting to hear back, but in the meantime, we also sent questions to the city asking a few things like, did you consider putting this out for an open bid or auction? Why wasn't there a more formal bidding process? What procedures did you follow in approving this deal? We did get some answers. The city says that the bid process is only necessary when the city spends money, and because the conduit contract itself is actually an amendment to a lawsuit, they say that the procurement rules don't apply. Let's go over the timeline again, because on February 15th, that's when the BOE, or the City Spending Board, approved this contract with BGE. 2 days later, February 17th, BGE submitted their rate increase proposal to the State Utility Board, the Public Service Commission, and in that rate increase proposal, they included all of these investments that the city just approved. And because of that, BGE is looking to increase your monthly payments by more than $10 every month. Comptroller Bill Henry also takes issue with the fact that because of this contract, BGE could see some pretty big tax breaks.
BGE can do the work themselves and take advantage of all sorts of different tax breaks so that they will be effectively paying less money to do what is effectively about the same amount of work.
Now, we submitted a public records request to see emails between the mayor, Jim Shea, Ebony Thompson, and Calvin Butler, all talking about this deal between the city and BGE. The city says they will turn over communications between the mayor and Calvin Butler. So far, we haven't gotten anything, but we'll continue to fight to get those records. At the accountability desk, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
The Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys left in limbo on whether or not they're going to have to close their doors. Coming up, I'll have the very latest from last night's meeting, plus when we can expect a decision to be made.
Following record warm temperatures, winter-like weather returns. Our Weather Authority team letting us know how cold it's going to feel this weekend. It is 5:27. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Early Edition. It is Friday, February 24th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. Make sure you shower off the sunblock from yesterday and then get the gloves and the mittens on today because it's going to be a little change.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson here to let us know what is going on.
Yeah, just a little bit of a change. That record high yesterday was smashed, 79 degrees. Old record was 78. So now we're looking ahead to some cooler temperatures. But here's a look back at that record that was set yesterday. The old record was from 1874. This morning's actually not bad. Low 60s, upper 50s to begin. Yes, you can probably get away without a jacket this morning. This afternoon, that's a different story. Temperatures will be falling throughout the day. So temperatures should be dropping into the upper 40s, low 50s throughout the day. Plus, winds are going to be picking up and gusting as high as 20, 25 miles an hour. And that's going to make it feel even cooler than the temperatures you're seeing right here on this bus stop forecast. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll continue to track these temperatures as we get into the weekend. And I'll also show you when we could see some snow showers over the weekend. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. Out on the roads, we've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network. And my goodness, wait, not an inch of yellow? Can that be? As I look closer, this is the perfect time to get up and start your day. Looking good out there on the roads this morning.
That motion passes with 10 in favor and 1 absent. So this conversation will pick up in the next upcoming meeting.
Now, in your Crisis in the Classroom coverage, after an hours-long hearing and confusing back and forth from school board members, the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys still does not know its fate.
The school is at risk of losing its charter. The board delaying the vote after weeks of uncertainty and 2 previous hearings. It comes despite the school's CEO, Dr. Sonia Santelises, recommending the school stay open.
Well, Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with why the board didn't come to a decision, though. Shannon?
Well, this was an unprecedented board meeting, Tom and Megan, with 1 member missing. It allowed for a 5-5 deadlock. And so after 3 hours of debate, eventually no decision was made. But the CEO of the Collegiate School for Boys, he says that he is still optimistic despite this outcome.
That's their job to have concerns. And so I want them to work that out. I want them to be able to be comfortable with supporting us. But I implore them to just think about what we do for the city. There's lots of parents who thank us for turning their sons around.
Yeah, let's rewind a bit to remind you how we got here. Remember, last week, City Schools CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises urged the board to keep this school open in her official recommendation. But in discussing that recommendation last night, the board had a laundry list of concerns and conditions for the school. And moving forward, they want to see the school bring on more certified teachers. They want to see them improve special education services and hire a city-approved financial advisor. Now, when it came down to their decision, though, the votes were tied, and ultimately they deferred this decision to be made at their next meeting, which is going to take place on Tuesday. So, of course, Tom and Megan, we're going to be following that.
Shannon, how does this delay impact the families who are trying to get students into the school?
That's a good question, Megan, because the timing is really not ideal. In fact, this meeting where they're going to make that decision, it comes on the same day where the school was scheduled to have a lottery for those students that are applying to get into the school. So the CEO of the school does say that they're going to continue with that lottery in the hopes that the board votes in their favor on Tuesday night. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, as Baltimore Collegiate waits to learn its fate, Project Baltimore found 23 Baltimore City public schools where not a single student among those tested is performing math at a grade level. Some supporters say if the board shuts down this charter school with good performance numbers, then poor-performing public schools should close too.
The 23 or so schools where they have 0, and I've never heard that number in the entire history of me working with schools, 0 students who are proficient in math and in some cases very low in English or language arts. And of course, those schools and the CEO should be judged and evaluated on what she's doing with the greater number of schools.
We're not getting our money's worth, and as a taxpayer, I'm outraged.
Well, this brings us to our question of the day. If a charter school is forced to close, should failing public schools also be forced to close? So far, as you see on the bottom of your screen, 100% of those who have responded say yes. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Just click on the Pulse tab.
Well, fallout continues over Governor Wes Moore's plan to gradually phase out the Boost program, which provides money for families who cannot afford private or parochial schools. Governor Moore defending his plan while parents argue he's cutting education access.
That public dollars should not be going to private schools. Public dollars are going towards ensuring that we're building a world-class public school system for all Maryland students.
I just don't think that this is an area that we should cut. We are ultimately cutting kids' futures if we do that.
Governor Moore says the current participants in the Boost programs will continue to receive scholarships. You can read more about the failures within those city schools on our website, foxbaltimore.com/Project Baltimore. A Frederick County mother is demanding parents be more involved in a school district's book review process. Heather Fletcher's concerns stem from the book Jack of Hearts. The book tells the fictional story of a gay high schooler giving teenagers advice about sex. The author says it empowers teenagers. Online data suggests it's in one Frederick County high school library. Fletcher claims it is sexually explicit and criticizes its presence in schools.
This committee was hand-selected by FCPS employees that are in favor in institutionalizing sexual education. You won't open up this committee to the public.
It is not immediately clear if students have access to the book. Sinclair Broadcast Group reached out to the district for comment, but hasn't yet heard back.
In Baltimore County, some concerned citizens looking to ban 2 books from public school library shelves. They argue the books contain explicit material, too. The Baltimore County school system says the books will remain on those shelves in 2 school libraries, but parents can request that their children do not have access to them. You can find more on those books on our website, foxbaltimore.com. We invite you to join us for Your Voice, Your Future Crisis in the Classroom Town Hall, focusing on the relationships between crime, poverty, and education. It happens at Huber Memorial Church this Monday night at 7. You can also watch it live right at foxbaltimore.com.
5:37, and we are looking ahead to the release of several major economic indicators today.
Taylor Stewart is at our live center with the latest. Taylor.
Yeah, that's right. A live look now from New York City. Well, we'll get to that in a bit. But analysts are forecasting yet another month of rising inflation, an increase from last month. Now, here are the measures we're looking ahead to: consumer spending, personal income, new home sales, and then later this morning, consumer sentiment. Analysts say part of what's driving Americans to keep spending is the relatively strong jobs market. Weekly unemployment filings remain near historic lows. It's a sign that layoffs so far are not affecting most sectors. That said, we continue to get news of more cuts coming. National Public Radio says it will lay off 10% of its workers next month. This is because of a decline in advertising. That's about 100 people. But the tech sector, that's what's seeing some of the largest cuts here. This new article from the Washington Post coming out this morning, reporting that Meta, the owner of Facebook, is getting ready for yet another round of cuts. This after slashing 11,000 workers in November. At that time, CEO Mark Zuckerberg said he did not anticipate any additional layoffs. So we'll end this week with some big data coming up at 8:30. We'll update you here at the Live Center.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Today marks 1 year since Russia invaded Ukraine. Just ahead, we take a look at what this could mean across the globe.
Cold temperatures arrive today with temperatures low 50s for your afternoon. And actually, Amy's saying it'll drop into the 40s before you even head down to the bus stop. When we could expect the sunshine, though, to return. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. 541, Towson community has been on edge for weeks now after a string of recent violence.
First, 3 victims were raped at gunpoint downtown. Then a shooting and a stabbing Super Bowl Sunday. And on Monday, 17-year-old Trayshawn Harmon was murdered steps from the Towson Circle. Now, county leaders and police say they are moving forward with grants for license plate readers and more cameras. They're even exploring hiring additional security to help police.
I called my camera company, the guy that installed a lot of the cameras, and said, we need you here ASAP to put cameras on the back of buildings and alleys.
Well, safety is a growing concern for shoppers at malls throughout the Baltimore region, not just in Baltimore County. After a large brawl at the mall in Columbia, employees are calling for adult chaperones for anyone under the age of 17. The owners of the mall in Columbia also own Towson Town Center, which already has a parental supervision policy in place. Shopping centers in White Marsh also require adults with minors.
Yeah, let's take a look at how cold it's going to feel today. Technically, we'll reach the low 50s, but as winds pick up and gust up to 20, even 25 miles an hour, here's a preview of how cold it's going to feel. A far cry from the upper 70s we enjoyed yesterday. Instead, it's going to feel like we're in the brisk low to mid 40s this afternoon. And it's even colder tomorrow. Plus, it comes with a chance for some snow showers. I'll show you when and where that's going to happen tomorrow in just over 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. The CIAA tournament continues today. What we can expect at CFG Bank Arena.
And a national Halloween chain trying to take the scare out of hospitals for Maryland children. House Spirit Halloween is making a huge impact here in Baltimore. 5:43 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.546. Let's go live to the Inner Harbor as beautiful downtown Baltimore plays host to the CIAA tournament. A full slate of games today with both the men's and women's semifinals on the schedule at CFG Bank Arena. Tickets are still available at the CIAA.com.
Hospitals can be a scary place for children, but a new initiative from Spirit Halloween wants to ease the stigma around going to the hospital. Spirit for Children is donating $115,000 to the Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital with the goal of making hospitals more welcoming for kids and their families.
We are so grateful for the Spirit of Children's Funds. This is by far continue to be one of the largest donations to our Child Life and Therapeutic Rec Department here at Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital.
Now, you can still donate at any Baltimore area Spirit Halloween store or at spirithalloween.com. To date, Spirit of Children has raised $683,000 from Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital.
5:47. Let's check in now on our forecast this morning.
Yeah, meteorologist Amy Aronson here. Record-breaking yesterday heat, and now it's like, okay, that's gone.
Never mind.
Moving on. Yes,
yeah,
embrace that.
It's a weather whiplash this week, up and down, and now unfortunately we're heading the opposite direction, down. So yeah, I know. I wish it could last through the winter, but not going to be the case here. It's actually going to start to feel like February again. Dark and early this morning, we're awaiting the sunrise. That's going to happen in just about an hour from now. So while we await on that, not looking at much down at the Inner Harbor. Things actually look pretty quiet this morning. We're actually off to a pretty comfy start. This morning, not bad. Low 60s to begin, upper 50s in some spots. The air is slow to cool. The colder air is coming, though. It just has to catch up behind our latest cold front. Here's a look at where it is. We're hanging on to the 60s this morning, along with a lot of the south, but the colder stuff is back here off to our north and west. And that air is going to surge our direction and take over as we head throughout the day today. So here's that cold front that's off to our south and east this morning. Colder air will rush in behind it. That's going to bring our numbers down not only today, but especially as we get into the weekend. And over the weekend, not only is it going to turn colder, we're tracking our next little weather maker. Today, we don't have any issues on FutureScan. We'll just enjoy sunshine. But here comes that disturbance coming in from the south and from the west tomorrow. As you can see, it doesn't look like much. It's a couple of rain, couple of snow showers. This track keeps it just to our south. I think it will push a little more to the north, so I think we'll see at least a couple of flurries here in the Baltimore area, but no real impacts expected from that. Road temperatures are nice and mild, plus moisture just looks really limited here. We're up against a lot of dry air. Either way, that's out of here Saturday evening, and after that, we're dry for Sunday. Dry and actually milder on Sunday, so it's the better of the two weekend days for anything outside. And then come Monday, another weather maker moves in. This one's an all-rain maker. This one will produce on and off showers here as we head through Monday afternoon and Monday evening. So for today, the good news is we'll enjoy sunshine. The bad news, it's not going to feel as warm as it did yesterday. Actual temperatures will drop into the low 50s today. As winds pick up, it feels like we're in the low to mid 40s instead. And then tonight, even colder. If you're headed out to dinner tonight, you're going to want to have that winter jacket with you. Lows will fall through the 40s, and eventually overnight through Saturday morning, we drop back below freezing. So also protect any sensitive plants that you may have put outside yesterday when it was nice and warm. We're only in the upper 30s on Saturday, plus we could see a few snow showers right around midday. Sunday, it's drier and it's milder, so the better of the 2 days. If you want to knock out anything outside, maybe just get some fresh air. We'll be in the mid-50s on Sunday. Monday doesn't look great. Heading back to work, back to school, I'm tracking some soaking rain, and then we are back in the upper 50s again starting on Tuesday. Now let's check in with Mark Jones from the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Amy. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the BART train system, you'll find Camden train 843 operating with an 8 to 10 minute delay. And we've got train 511 on the Penn line and Penn train 407 running about 5 minutes late. Allow time for travel there. Light rail link right on time for your Friday start. No delays or issues. And Metro subway link on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you. Cuts are coming to a program helping low-income families afford private school. The controversy surrounding Governor Moore's approach to the Boost program.
A woman who lost her partner to a drug overdose fights for reform in Annapolis, what she wants every hospital to do to prevent more deadly overdoses. 5:50 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
It is 5:53. Fallout continues over Governor Wes Moore's plan to cut the Boost program. Some Republican lawmakers argue the state's teachers union is behind the cut.
Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost questioned Governor Moore over why he wants to phase out that program and looks at what can be done to help students in those struggling schools right now.
The Boost program provides scholarships to low-income families to take their child out of a struggling school and go elsewhere. Governor Wes Moore is looking to phase out the program, while Republican lawmakers here in Annapolis are trying to restore funding. And at the root of this debate, according to political analysts, is the powerful persuasion of money and support. The problems inside classrooms across the state find their way to the halls of the State House.
It's really outrageous. We shouldn't be leaving these kids behind and their families behind.
Were Republicans looking to restore the $2 million proposed cut to the $10 million Boost program. Governor Wes Moore looking to phase out the program launched to help lift low-income families out of struggling school systems.
I can't imagine, and I don't want to think about what it would have been like without it.
Like Nefertari Lee, whose son got a grant allowing him to go to a private all-boys school instead of Johnston Square Elementary, which is one of the 23 schools in Baltimore City where none of the students tested could do math at grade level.
The school selections weren't great. I just don't think that this is an area that we should cut. We are ultimately cutting kids' futures if we do that.
Democrats likely not moving on the efforts by their GOP counterparts to refund the program.
So at this point, from your perspective, the legislation that was heard earlier today is essentially dead.
Well, it's going to go to subcommittee. I haven't read it in full, so I don't know all the ins and outs of what it does. You know, it could be dead, parts of it could be saved, I'm not sure. I think the path of the General Assembly is to phase out the Boost funding.
Republicans argue the hesitation to allow families to leave public schools stems from political powers.
The teachers union is very powerful, and they have come in time and time again and have been the main opposition to Boost.
Children in classrooms today are losing because the General Assembly has repeatedly chosen to pay more attention to the adults who work in the system, making them the winners, while the students in the failing schools lose.
Thursday,
Good morning. Happy first day of summer.
we questioned Governor Moore about the possibility of union influence.
The decisions that I make are my decisions, and no one is behind those decisions. As we're thinking about that what needs to happen with public dollars, that public dollars should not be going to private schools. Public dollars are going towards ensuring that we're building a world-class public school system for all Maryland students.
But those schools right now where those students aren't a world-class school. So how does the plan work for the students who are facing those struggles right now?
Our philosophy and how we're going to address this is not going to be a measurement of defeat. We've got to make sure that we're working in partnership with the local jurisdictions.
Campaign records indicate the Maryland State Education Association donated $6,000, the max allowed, to Moore in April of 2022. Then on January 11th of this year, another $1,000 donation was made.
I think that in many ways, he's returning a favor to the unions for their endorsement.
Political analyst John Deedy says the teachers union was one of the first big unions to back Moore on the campaign trail, and now potentially flexing power it didn't have during the Hogan administration.
I think that something like this shows that the teachers unions definitely have a great deal of power in Annapolis, and they were shut out for 8 years where Governor Hogan didn't care what they thought.
While the future of the Boost program remains unclear, Moore says the current participants will continue to receive their scholarships. The governor's proposed cuts are part of the budgeting process, and lawmakers have the ability to shift some money around. Republicans say they'll try to do that to restore the Boost program, but they won't be able to do that unless Democrats get on board. In the State House, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Strong reaction on social media to the governor's plans to cut Boost funding. Political commentator Armstrong Williams here taking issue with the proposal.
The Boost program, launched in the state of Maryland, was supposed to provide severely disadvantaged students with access to private or Catholic schools. Sadly, even this program is not immune to the political whims of those in power. Imagine how many students will have their lives forever altered for this decision of choice in their education.
We want to know what you think. Do you support Governor Moore's proposal to cut funding to Boost? So far, 92% of voters say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Leaders at City Hall demanding answers about the mayor's conduit deal. Coming up, I'll have a breakdown from last night's meeting and what comes next.
The man convicted of killing the mother of a Navy midshipman set to be sentenced next. How long he could spend in prison for his crimes.
And today marks 1 year since Russia invaded Ukraine on a special military mission. Just ahead this morning, the new warnings coming from another country on the anniversary.
And we're still mild this morning, but colder air is moving in. I'll explain exactly when it arrives and what it means for your weekend in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up on 6 o'clock on this Friday, February 24th, I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check right in with meteorologist Amy Aronson and see what we have today.
Yeah, watching the numbers closely. It's mild this morning. It's actually a little bit deceiving when you step out. You think you don't need the jacket, but you're going to want to still bring it with you because later today, these numbers will be falling. Actually, they're falling as we speak. So we were just in the low 60s. Now we're back at 59 in Baltimore. And that's going to be the trend here as we head through the rest of the morning. Temperatures will continue to fall as we near sunrise, which is coming up now in just under an hour. So as you sip on that first, maybe second cup of coffee at this point, temperatures will turn much colder, falling from the 50s eventually back into the upper 40s. And that's where they're going to stay all day today. And it gets even colder as we head into the weekend. So I'll walk you through these temperatures hour by hour as we get into the weekend and actually show you when we could also see some snow showers this weekend in just over 10 minutes. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network around the Beltway here this morning, our live cameras pulled up. Not too bad out there this morning. There was an earlier incident on the JFX that we're keeping an eye on, but our cameras here are looking pretty nice out there.
Do you believe that BGE will be able to service the conduit system at the same level that your team has been servicing it to date?
Okay.
It's really a yes or no. Are they going to?
No, I was trying to go back through the different questions.
Continuing coverage, Baltimore City Council members demanding answers about Mayor Brandon Scott's controversial conduit deal with BGE. Leaders from the utility company and the Scott administration facing tough questions during a hearing that lasted several hours.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from Harbor East this morning with what we can expect moving forward. Shannon?
Well, despite continued concern over this deal, Tom, even following last night's meeting, there is likely very little that City Council can do now to stop this agreement. And at last night's meeting, anger over the deal hit high gear.
I see nothing in the 2016 agreement or in this one that says BGE must give notice. I don't see anything in the agreements around ADA compliance. The fact that you're going to be going and doing much more work in our city and we're not going to get notice as residents that you're there is astounding.
We are gambling the future of our system in hopes that BGE can perform and their contractors will perform at the same high level as DOT has been performing.
Yeah, those questions and suspicions have been swirling through City Hall for weeks over a conduit agreement many council members say they knew nothing about until the deal was already done. Well, the agreement was negotiated by the mayor's office and gives BGE broad control over the city's underground conduit system. Representatives with BGE were questioned and re-questioned about the role BGE will play under the new agreement. Listen.
When we look at this agreement, we see an opportunity.
So again, those with BGE think this will be a good thing, but other utilities who also have cables running through the conduit system say the new agreement gives BGE an unfair advantage. But again, there really might be not much that can be done at this point to stop this agreement because the mayor already approved it at the Board of Estimates meeting last week, and an acting solicitor admitted that it's passed, it's filed, and it's done. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. BGE customers could see major hikes on their monthly utility bill. A proposed rate hike would increase your monthly bill by an average of $10 in each of the next 3 years. So by year 3, you'd be paying $30 more a month for your BGE service than what you're paying right now.
The Baltimore NAACP also taking a stand on the issue. It's calling on the mayor to stop the deal until the city council can look into it further, accusing BGE of having a history of discriminatory practices.
In the last few years, I have come to realize that BGE is the last company that the city council or our mayor should blindly trust to make a good faith effort to equitably utilize minority contractors. I've learned that BGE has a company-wide and systemic pattern and practice of discriminating against black utility workers.
A spokesman with BGE says the company routinely exceeds minority hiring requirements and says the complaints of discrimination are simply not true.
Comptroller Bill Henry says the contract will be back on the Board of Estimates agenda just next week, the day after the City Council holds another investigative hearing. Fox 45 News will continue demanding answers about the conduit contract, and you can find all of our past reporting on our website right now at foxbaltimore.com.
After an hours-long hearing and confusing back and forth from school board members, the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys still does not know its fate. The school is at risk of losing its charter. The board delaying the vote after weeks of uncertainty and 2 previous hearings. The CEO of Baltimore Collegiate telling us that he remains optimistic.
That's their job, to have concerns. And so I want them to work that out. I want them to be able to be comfortable with supporting us. But I implore them to just think about what we do for the city. There's lots of parents who thank us for turning their sons around.
In just about 30 minutes, learn why the board did not come to a decision.
Happening today, the man found guilty of shooting and killing a Navy midshipman's mother will be sentenced today. The jury found Angelo Harrod guilty of murder late last year. Michelle Cummings, seen here, was in town witnessing her son's induction into the Naval Academy, and she was hit and killed by a stray bullet while just sitting outside the Graduate Hotel in June of 2021. Harrod faces life in prison.
Also happening today, it is officially 1 year since the Russia-Ukraine war began. There will be a vigil at the Inner Harbor to remember the lives lost. It is the deadline for both sides in the Marilyn Mosby case to present possible dates for her upcoming federal trial, which has already been delayed 3 times. Back now with news around Maryland.
A 70-year-old man is charged with shooting a man in Anne Arundel County. It happened Wednesday at Brooklyn Park home, where police say the 48-year-old victim lives with the suspect.
The Allegheny County man accused of killing 3 people, including his half-brother and sister-in-law in Howard County, has been offered a plea deal. Prosecutors say Jeffrey Burnham was motivated by COVID conspiracy theories. A trial is set for March 28th.
Maryland State Police releasing pictures of a vehicle wanted in a deadly hit-and-run in Aberdeen. It happened last November on southbound 95. We've shared a picture of that vehicle also right at foxbaltimore.com.
Governor Wes Moore makes his pick to lead the Maryland State Police. The governor nominated State Police veteran Lieutenant Colonel Roland Butler. Butler brings nearly 30 years of policing experience to the role.
And a man accused of taking advantage of people during the pandemic is on the run. Just ahead, in Maryland's Most Wanted, what he's accused of selling to people all around the world.
And today marks the 1-year anniversary since the Ukraine invasion. Still ahead, the calls for peace from an unlikely country.
And temperatures are falling as we head into the weekend. Tomorrow screams winter. Not only is it going to feel like it, it's going to look like it. I'll explain the reason why in a couple of minutes. It's 6:07. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:10, we have learned that coast-to-coast winter storm that we've been tracking this week now turning deadly.
And Taylor Stewart is joining us now from the Live Center with more on the issues many Americans are still facing. Taylor.
That's right. But first, let's talk about that Michigan firefighter who was killed when he was electrocuted by a power line. It was brought down by the ice storm that we covered at the Live Center here just yesterday. Authorities have identified him as Ethan Quillen, a father, a devoted volunteer firefighter. And he lost his life apparently while he was standing under a tree limb when it snapped. It brought that power line down. But as of this morning, more than 700,000 people in Michigan are still without power right now. And for some, it's going to be days before those lights are back on. Detroit Energy says it hopes to have 95% of their customers back online by Sunday. And in Portland, Oregon, roads refreezing overnight, making cleanup all the more challenging after thousands of drivers were stranded by a record-setting snowstorm. On Wednesday night, some of them just abandoned their cars on the highway. Now, parts of Southern California that usually don't see snow are getting a taste of it. Take a look here. Another winter storm moving on to the west coast. So widespread travel impacts are now impacting that state, especially for drivers that are crossing mountain passes. Now, we won't see snow here. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is here with what we can expect.
And we actually might see just a little bit of snow here tomorrow. Nothing like what they're seeing out west, of course, but our weekend forecast does include a few snow showers, at least tomorrow. Today is just breezy and cooler with highs in the low 50s today, feeling like we're actually in the low to mid 40s. Come tomorrow, not only will temperatures drop even more with highs struggling to reach 40 degrees, I'm throwing a chance for a few snow showers into the mix. Now, no travel impacts expected here, no accumulations, but certainly noteworthy tomorrow. By Sunday, that chance for snow showers is gone and temperatures will be improving. Sunday, definitely the pick of the weekend for anything you want to do outside, with highs warming back into the mid 50s. Now, I'll walk you through our future scan hour by hour, not only for the weekend, but we'll also take a look ahead at some weather makers coming our way next week in just about 10 minutes. Megan, Tom.
Thank you, Amy. A deadlock vote just ahead this morning. The fate of Baltimore Charter School is still up in the air.
And investigators need your help finding a man accused of selling hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of fake COVID-19 vaccines. Still ahead, in Maryland's Most Wanted, how you can help find him. 6:12, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:15.
Yes.
You going to check of our forecast?
It's Friday morning, and what a change from yesterday. Even though, Amy, it still feels like we're like, oh, it's not that bad when you step outside, but you're saying it's just going to keep getting colder.
Yeah, it's not bad right now. Temperatures are actually up from this time yesterday even, but they are going to fall today. Yesterday, we reached a balmy 79 degrees, the warmest day we've seen so far this month. As the month comes to a close, you'll notice way more red days than blue days. That means way more days where we've had temperatures above average than below average. So our average high for the month actually running above where it should be. We've had way more days with above average temperatures, and actually 11 days we've logged with temperatures in the 60s, even the 70s. So pretty incredible for February standards. Dark and early this morning, we're actually still in the mild upper 50s, but we do have that west-northwesterly wind now blowing at 15 miles an hour. That's ushering in that cooler air, and that's going to start to bring that temperature down as we head over the next couple of hours. So don't let the warm morning fool you. Temperatures will be falling today and as we head into the weekend. We are looking at a dry day ahead of us, but this weekend we're tracking another little weather maker. So let's time it out. Today we're just tracking temperatures. We're tracking falling temperatures actually through the 40s. That's where we'll spend much of the afternoon, so a brisk end to the week. As we start off your weekend, even colder, mid-20s to start off your Saturday morning. Pretty frigid stuff. As we get into the afternoon, not only does it stay cold, but temperatures only in the 30s. We see some flurries develop here. I wouldn't be shocked if we see a passing snow shower or two tomorrow afternoon. They look very, very scattered, very, very brief, so minor impacts expected, but certainly noteworthy since we haven't seen much of that so far this winter. Temperatures will be stuck in the upper 30s tomorrow before warming again on Sunday. So it's breezy today with highs in the low 50s. Only upper 30s tomorrow with that chance for a few snow showers right around midday. By Sunday, the sunshine is back and it's going to be much milder too and much more comfortable again with highs returning to the mid-50s. Early next week, we are tracking another weather maker. That's going to bring us all rain on Monday, a chilly rain on Monday actually with highs in the upper 40s. But after that, temperatures are briefly back in the mid-50s and then near 60 on Thursday. But Thursday comes with another chance for some spotty showers as a new weather maker moves into the area to close out the week. Tom, Megan.
Thank you, Amy. Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And at 6:17, everybody is in the green across the state of Maryland. Not even D.C. traffic. Something's going on today. Maybe their systems are slow. I don't know. But it looks everyone. It's too good to be true, right? All right. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. Hopefully we'll keep this good news going. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. You'll find Penn Train 511 operating with a delay out there. It's running about 5 minutes late, and we've got train 843 with an 8 to 10 minute delay on the Canada line of MARC. Light Rail Link 15 minutes late. Certainly allow time for travel there on that service. But Metro Subway Link, if that's your ride, on time in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right. Thank you, Mark. Artificial blood is one step closer to becoming a reality. The new project based right here in Baltimore that could have far-reaching impacts. Key inflation expected to be released. We'll tell you what you can expect as companies cut thousands of jobs. 6:18 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
6:21 on this Friday morning, a Maryland man accused of leading an international COVID fraud scheme.
Here's Alexa Ashwa with this week's Maryland's Most Wanted.
Investigators say this man, Michael Usen, sold thousands of dollars in fake COVID vaccines. That was during the height of the pandemic. Now the U.S. Marshal Service needs your help tracking him down. 2020, the height of the pandemic.
Healthcare workers and older adults expected to be first in line for the Moderna vaccine.
The FDA issues an emergency use authorization for the Moderna vaccine here in Maryland.
The federal government said we anticipate getting 300,000 by the end of the year. Hopefully that's still going to be the case between the two companies.
Investigators say Michael Usen sees this as an illegal business opportunity.
He actually set up a complex fraud scheme in which he used online networking tools to indicate that people could purchase the Moderna vaccine.
Investigators say Usen used his social media account, driving people to a website he had created that advertised the Moderna vaccine available for purchase.
He stole thousands and thousands of dollars.
His victims, investigators say, people from right here at home, across the country, and from as far away as Africa.
We had multiple hits to IP addresses that lead overseas.
Investigators say Homeland Security is now enlisting the help of the U.S. Marshal Service after attempts to locate Usen have failed.
Locally, the investigative leads ran dry, so that's why they turned to the United States Marshal Service.
Investigators hopeful those here in Maryland can provide the information needed to track down this man, who they say tricked countless people out of hundreds of dollars.
People who know specifically where he went, his method of travel, bank account information, anything we can use to determine his specific location.
Take a good look. Usen is 29 years old. He stands at about 6'2" and weighs approximately 270 pounds. If you have any information regarding his whereabouts, you're asked to contact the U.S. Marshal Service. The tip line number right there, 1-877-WANTED-2. Or you can contact agents directly. That number, 202-819-5058. Remember, you can always remain anonymous, and you could earn a reward. I'm Alexa Ashwell, and this is Maryland's Most Wanted.
All right, Alexa, thank you. 6:24 today marks 1 year since Russia invaded Ukraine. As the war rages on, just hours ago, China now calling for a ceasefire. Here to weigh in on what this could mean across the globe, political commentator Armstrong Williams joining us live. Armstrong, you know, many thought that Russia and China were on the verge possibly of joining forces. Are you surprised by China's calls for peace this morning?
You know, you just don't know, Megan. China and Iran has been some of the biggest supporters of this wanton destruction, deaths of tens of thousands of people, exile of nearly 5 million people that no one talks about. The fact that Biden was just there and this has become America's proxy war. You just don't know. I mean, it's all about optics to manipulate the world as if China is rising above it all and realizing this death and destruction had to stop and it's stepping out as a peacemaker. Why now? What matters is what they're really doing where it matters and what happens weeks from now, whether China is still secretly pushing this war with Russia because they want to gain leverage because it has the attraction of Russia and the United States, and they can focus on invading Taiwan and the other agendas that they may have. So you have to be very careful with the Chinese propaganda.
And that's a good point, because this morning we hear them calling for peace, but just yesterday there was a vote on a UN resolution for peace in Ukraine. There were 6 countries that joined Russia in opposing them. They include Belarus, North Korea, Syria, Eritrea, Mali, Nicaragua, but there were 3 that abstained from the vote, and China was one of them. So here they are calling for peace this morning, where yesterday they didn't even vote on this.
Yeah, and it's true. And I think the other question that we have to ask ourselves, you know, the world has created this dynamic to make Putin the villain in his invasion of Ukraine. But let's not forget, the United States invaded Iraq and Libya and gave justifiable reasons why the world was totally against it. Even Obama said one of his biggest regrets was going into Libya. You know, we make these justifications and then we see the fallout and the repercussions of it for years later. This is why, even though 143 countries have supported the United States and its rage against Ukraine,
only 33 have imposed sanctions against Russia. Many of our European allies are just not supporting the United States because they are dependent on that gas line, and privately they're giving Russia a wink. We don't know who we can trust.
Interesting. All right, Armstrong, we'll have to end it there. Thank you for weighing in.
Thank you, Megan.
A Frederick County mother is demanding the removal of a book from the school. Still ahead, what she says is in the book that shouldn't be made available to high school students.
The Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys left in limbo on whether or not they're going to have to close their doors. Coming up, I'll have the very latest from last night's meeting and when we can expect a decision to finally be made. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News on this Friday, February 24th at 6:30. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, probably thinking, what are we doing this weekend and how do we need to dress? Because it was summer-like yesterday.
Yep, you just never know in Maryland. Meteorologist Amy Aronson with what we can expect today.
Yeah, and this morning's not helping us out. It's confusing us even more because it's still mild right now. Actually, temperatures are running 16 degrees above where they were at this time yesterday morning. So it's still mild to begin. We're enjoying the mid and upper 50s this morning. But this is it. This is the high for the day. Temperatures will actually be falling through the 50s into the 40s today, and that's how cold it's going to feel. So it's going to feel much colder as the day continues. So send the kids with a jacket this morning. They're going to need it. Over the next couple of hours, temperatures will fall quickly and we'll spend much of the day in the low 50s. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll continue to track these temperatures as we head into the weekend, and I'll also let you know when we could see some snow showers this weekend. Megan? All right, Amy, thank you. To our Len Stoller traffic network now. We've got a look at the traffic map right here. Not looking too bad. Our live camera showing 695 right near Frederick Road and 695 near Harford Road. And we've got some volume picking up. It looking pretty good out there.
That motion passes with 10 in favor and 1 absent. So this conversation will pick up in the next upcoming meeting.
Now in your crisis in the classroom, after an hours-long hearing and confusing back and forth from city school board members, the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys still does not know its fate.
The school is at risk of losing its charter. The board delaying the vote after weeks of uncertainty and 2 previous hearings. It comes despite the school's CEO, Dr. Sonia Santelises, recommending the school stay open.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning from Harbor East with the board's decision to not come up with a decision. Basically, Shannon.
Yeah, this was an unprecedented board meeting, Tom. With one board member missing, it allowed for a 5-5 deadlock. And so ultimately, after 3 hours of debate, no decision was made. But the CEO of the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys remains optimistic despite that outcome.
That's their job, to have concerns. And so I want them to work that out. I want them to be able to be comfortable with supporting us. But I implore them to just think about what we do for the city. There's lots of parents who thank us for turning their sons around.
Yeah, let's rewind a bit to remind you how we got here. Remember last week, City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises urged the board to keep the school open in her official recommendation. But when they were discussing that recommendation last night, the board had a laundry list of concerns and conditions for the school. They want to see the school bring on more certified teachers, improve special education services, and hire a city-approved financial advisor moving forward. Now, when it came down to their decision, though, the votes were tied, and ultimately, Megan, they deferred the vote to their next meeting, which will take place on Tuesday. So, of course, we'll be following that.
Well, Shannon, how does this delay actually impact the families who might be trying to get students into that school?
Yeah, that's a good question, Megan, because timing was certainly not ideal. In fact, on the day that they're going to hold that meeting on Tuesday, that is the same day when the school's holding a lottery for families trying to apply to get into the school. And so the CEO says that they are going to continue with that lottery in the hopes that the board votes in their favor on Tuesday. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 6:34 now as Baltimore Collegiate waits to learn its fate. Project Baltimore found 23 Baltimore City public schools where not a single student among those tested is performing math at a grade level. Some supporters say if the board shuts down the charter school, which has better numbers, then poor performing public schools should also close.
The 23 or so schools where they have 0, and I've never heard that number in the entire history of me working with schools, 0 students who are proficient in math, and in some cases very low in English or language arts. And of course, those schools and the CEO should be judged and evaluated on what she's doing with the greater number of schools.
We're not getting our money's worth, and as a taxpayer, I'm outraged.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. If a charter school is forced to close, should failing public schools also close? So far, as you see right there on the bottom of your screen, 100% of those who have voted say yes. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote and just click on the Polls tab.
You can read more about the failures within those city schools on our website, foxbaltimore.com/Project Baltimore. A Frederick County mother is demanding parents be more involved in a school district's book review process. Heather Fletcher's concerns stem from the book Jack of Hearts. The book tells the fictional story of a gay high schooler giving teenagers advice about sex. The author says it empowers teenagers. Online data suggests it's in one Frederick County high school library. Fletcher claims it is sexually explicit and criticizes its presence in schools.
This committee was hand-selected by FCPS employees that are in favor in institutionalizing sexual education. You won't open up this committee to the public.
Well, it is not immediately clear if students have access to the book. Sinclair Broadcast Group reached out to the district for comment, but have not yet heard back.
Well, in Baltimore County, some concerned citizens are looking to ban 2 books from public school library shelves. They argue the books contain explicit material. The Baltimore County school system, though, says the books will remain on the shelves in 2 school libraries, but parents can request that their children do not have access to them. You can find more on those books on our website, foxbaltimore.com. And you are invited to join us for Your Voice, Your Future Crisis in the Classroom Town Hall, focusing on the relationships between crime, poverty, and education. It happens at Huber Memorial Church this Monday night at 7. You can also watch live on foxbaltimore.com.
We are looking ahead to the release of several major economic indicators today.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center with the latest. Taylor.
That's right. Now, a live look over New York City, where analysts are forecasting another month of rising inflation. This after an increase last month. Now, here's what the measures we're looking ahead to: the consumer price spending, personal income, new home sales, and later on we'll get an index on consumer sentiment. Now, analysts say part of what's driving Americans to just keep on spending is the relatively strong jobs market. Weekly unemployment filings remain near historic lows, a sign that layoffs so far are not affecting most sectors. That said, we continue to get news of cuts to come. National Public Radio says it will lay off 10% of its workers next month because of a decline in advertising. Now, that's about 100 people, but look here. The technology sector is seeing some of the largest cuts. We're getting a new report here from the Washington Post that Meta plans more job cuts in the months ahead. Now, Meta is the company that is associated with Facebook. This was after slashing 11,000 workers back in November. And at that time, the CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, said he didn't anticipate any additional layoffs. So we'll end this week with a big push of data coming up at 8:30. Back to you.
All right, Taylor, thank you. The battle over the conduit rages on. Still ahead this morning, the new plans to figure out if the contract is in place or not.
Help comes to those living in East Palestine, Ohio, following that toxic train wreck. Next, in our 7 o'clock hour, the local aid helping people in that area.
And winter is coming once again. Just ahead, the drop in temperatures that we could see. It is 6:38, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, a local all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
For some states, severe winter weather is coming or going today, depending on where you live. A reminder from Seattle meteorologist Theron Zahn, spring is near.
Comes on March 20th. We're transitioning from a La Nina year to a more neutral weather pattern. That means spring should be more typical this year. And also, the longer-term forecast models are calling for a warmer than typical pattern in the southern U.S.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Twitter.
6:41 on this Friday morning. Feeling much colder today than yesterday. Yesterday we got up to 79. Today we're a far cry from that. This is how cold it's going to feel. Yes, temperatures are starting off mild this morning, but they're going to fall. Actual temperatures in the low 50s. Feel like temperatures only in the low to mid 40s this afternoon. And the weekend turns even colder, and it's actually going to look kind of wintry too. I'll explain the reason why in just about 10 minutes.
A new survey shows you're likely to get a pay raise this year, but will it help with those rising prices? I'll tell you how much you can expect next.
There's a consideration to change the date of the Maryland primary. Next, the bill to have it moved and the religious holiday behind it. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45's Morning News, all local, all morning.
.45, Baltimore City Council members demanding answers about Mayor Brandon Scott's controversial conduit deal with BGE in a hearing last night.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live saying about that deal. Shannon?
Well, many are continuing to express their concerns over this deal, Tom. In fact, one city council member is calling this a gamble with the future. But despite those concerns, there's very little at this point that anyone can do to stop the deal because the mayor already approved it in a Board of Estimates meeting last week. So stay with us because in 15 minutes, you're going to hear directly from those city council members about their concerns, plus how BGE is responding. Now back to you.
All right, Shannon, thank you. A Maryland state delegate is planning to introduce a bill that would move next year's primary election. It is currently set for April 24th, the first full day of the Jewish holiday Passover. In a letter to the State Board of Elections, Delegate Delia Attar argued voting during Passover is against Jewish law. The request to move has precedent as Baltimore City moved a 1991 primary election because of a conflict with the Jewish holiday.
The Maryland State House is debating a bill that would require emergency departments of hospitals to test for fentanyl every time they drug test a patient suffering from an overdose. A Baltimore woman whose partner died from a fentanyl overdose testified before lawmakers. She says this bill will save lives.
At the hospital, Josh was pronounced brain dead. Several days later, his family and I got his urine drug screen back. It showed only cocaine, despite his family and I finding fentanyl in his apartment. It turns out the hospital had not tested for fentanyl. This bill is a simple and logical step that we can take towards addressing the fentanyl crisis in Maryland, and I truly do believe it has the ability to save hundreds of lives.
A companion bill is working its way through the Senate.
6:47 now on this Friday morning, and it is time to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson joining us on this Friday forecast, looking at the weather and the changes for our weekend. And we're not getting out shovels or anything, right?
No, not quite that bad yet, Tom. But this morning we're still mild, so it's hard to imagine that we could be tracking some snow showers and some flurries tomorrow. Upper 50s right now in a lot of spots still, but we are starting to see some numbers fall. For example, Westminster currently at 52. So here's the colder air inching its way in from the west. We're still holding on to that 59 in Baltimore, but all this blue stuff, yeah, that's headed our direction, and it's going to take over as we head over the next 24 hours. So by tomorrow morning, we'll wake up to temperatures in the 20s. And this cold front is to blame. It's pushing off to our south and east right now. Colder air will be flowing in behind it. Not much happening today on the weather map. It's tomorrow that we have to watch for a little disturbance that's going to roll in from the south and from the west. And if we take a look at Future Scan, it shows that quiet today with high pressure briefly in control. But here comes that disturbance. Right now, this forecast model keeps a lot of the moisture just off to our south, but I think there is a chance some of these snow and rain showers will float our direction. So we will see that briefly tomorrow afternoon. Doesn't last long. No accumulations expected. It's actually out of here by Sunday. And at that point, we're going to welcome back some sunshine and some milder temperatures to close out the weekend. Before this happens, another weather maker moves in on Monday. This one will be an all rain producer, sending us on and off showers here as we head through Monday afternoon and Monday night. So for today, we don't have to worry about the rain or the snow yet. We are just cooling down today. Temperatures will be falling into the low 50s this afternoon. Plus, it feels even cooler than that because we've got the winds that are going to be picking up and gusting up to 20, 25 miles an hour. Feeling like we're actually in the mid-40s through much of the day today. Tonight, even colder. For Friday night plans, I would bring the nice warm winter jacket. Temperatures will be falling through the 40s this evening, and then overnight we actually fall back below freezing. So tomorrow morning, we're waking up to a measly 28 degrees. And then we'll spend the day tomorrow in the upper 30s. I'm also tracking the potential for just a couple of snow showers right around midday. No major impacts expected from that. By Sunday, you're in better shape for outdoor plans. The sunshine is back. We're warming back into the mid-50s. And then here comes the rain with that next weather maker on Monday. It's actually a chilly rain that unfolds with highs in the upper 40s. Looks like Tuesday and Wednesday, we're back in the 50s, and we are nearing 60 by Thursday. But at that point, our next big weather maker moves in, and this one will also send us some rain showers, spotty showers getting started on Thursday. Tom, Megan.
Yeah, thank you, Amy. Any way that we can pull up the sunrise that we have in either one of those shots? Because the roads are wide open, no issues. Look at that. That's the perfect time to start your Friday morning. Amy was talking about sipping on your coffee. Why not? Step out to the patio now while it's warm and you get that sun going there. It is going to be a colder weekend, so enjoy it now. Roadways looking great. And speaking of the sun, look at this angle from our Lens Solar mobile track in the area of Towson, right near Joppa Road, and a great start. And just like this Joppa Road traveling along, even all the major highways around Baltimore are wide open, too.
A breakthrough study could mean saving more lives. Still ahead, we'll explain how artificial blood works and plans to use it here in Baltimore.
Pop in to pop up while shooting a three-pointer. Yeah, ahead in So Baltimore, the one-stop shop that you can check out all things Baltimore and the CIAA.
And you know what goes really well with a beautiful sunrise?
That's right, sipping on a cup of coffee. Why not enjoy a coffee break right now? There it is. I'll join you. Well, the Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ are all on pace to end the week on a downturn, according to CNN Business. But despite concerns of rate hikes, stocks closed higher on Wall Street yesterday. The Dow up 3.3%, NASDAQ up 0.7%, and the S&P up 0.5%, snapping a 4-day losing streak.
Worries over rate hikes fueled a decline over the last few days. The S&P in particular is on track for its worst weekly performance since mid-December.
According to the Department of Labor, first-time weekly jobless claims dropped by 3,000 last week.
And first-time unemployment insurance claims dropped 192,000, which is better than the 200,000 that economists were expecting. Meanwhile, the Commerce Department reporting Thursday that the U.S. economy grew less in the fourth quarter than previously believed.
The annual growth rate, though, in the final 3 months of last year was 2.7%, not 2.9%.
In today's Assignment America, with inflation at 6.4%, pushing prices up for groceries, for rent, and other everyday needs, who wouldn't want to raise?
Yeah, well, the good news is a new survey predicts most of you will get one this year.
The bad news? It might not be enough to overcome rising costs.
And Janae Bowens with our national desk joins us now with more on the difficult balance here.
I spoke with a woman who says prices are so high she stopped buying eggs and ground beef altogether. They're just too expensive for her budget. She says a raise would mean the world to her and her grandsons.
I don't receive food stamps, so I work paycheck to paycheck.
Darlene Young struggles to take care of herself and her grandsons, Carter and James Jr., who she has full custody of.
With the food costs, it's hard to keep, to keep food.
Darlene has to rely on extra help from a nonprofit to make ends meet. So a raise would make a huge difference for her family. PayScale, a compensation software and data company, just released a new report that shows the majority of employers plan to give their employees raises this year.
We are also seeing higher pay increases planned than last year, which is also a big year for pay increases.
That sounds nice, but PayScale's Associate Director of Content, Amy Stewart, says there's just one problem.
It is not as high as inflation.
The reality is, with inflation at 6.4% and recession fears, some employees getting a raise might not feel it. 80% of organizations say they plan to give raises this year. 56% say that the average raise will be over 3%. But few organizations plan to give raises over 5%.
I think that smart employers will make sure that raises are sufficient to retain workers so that they will feel it. And that may mean higher raises for lower wage income earners who are more impacted by inflation, but it's going to depend on the business.
If Darlene does get a raise, she's hoping it will give her and her family some breathing room.
Would help a lot with, purchasing food. Or if I needed to get my grandson something, shoes or something or clothes, that would actually help.
Experts with PayScale tell me rising wages are one of the reasons that might be keeping inflation high. And so these smaller raises might actually help cool the economy and bring those high prices down. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Janae Bowens.
All right, Janae, thank you. Mortgage rates rise for the third week in a row.
Yeah, the average 30-year fixed rate now sits at 6.5%. Last week, it was 6.32%.
Rates have been all over the map lately. They eclipsed 7% in November before trending downward, and lately they've been on the rise again.
That's likely to continue as the Federal Reserve has said it plans to raise interest rates until inflation is under control. While mortgage rates are not directly tied to the Fed's daily rate, they're heavily influenced by it.
Well, do you have unused gift cards still laying around from Christmas? Apparently, you're not the only one if you said yes.
According to a new survey of more than 1,200 Americans, nearly 2/3 have at least one unspent gift card.
The survey from online financial advisory services provider Credit Summit found at least half of those surveyed admitted losing a gift card before they used it.
Credit Summit reports that as much as $21 billion worth of unused or lost gift cards. Gift cards don't expire until at least 5 years from the date it was activated, according to federal law.
Leaders at City Hall demanding answers about the mayor's conduit deal. Coming up, a breakdown from last night's meeting, plus when we can expect some answers.
Will a city charter school stay open or close its doors for good? The last-minute twists and turns as Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys' fate gets put to a vote.
And we're holding on to the mild temperatures this morning, but winds are picking up and these numbers are going to come crashing down. I'll let you know when that happens in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up on 7 o'clock on this Friday, February 24th. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland, and we are heading into a weekend. Meteorologist Amy Aronson here to let us know how it's going to feel.
Yeah, feels fine right now, but that's going to change. So temperatures are backwards today, peaking this morning and then cooling this afternoon. This morning, they're a little deceiving as you step out to start off your day. We've still got some 50s. We're actually close to 60 still in Baltimore, but winds are starting to pick up, and that's what's going to bring these numbers down as the morning continues. So bring a jacket with you as you head out for the day. You're going to need it later on. Temperatures will be falling into the 40s and 50s eventually. I think our updated morning planner here just a little slow, but the colder air is coming, and then it's going to take over this afternoon and especially tonight. The weekend's actually even colder and comes with a chance for some snow showers. I'll explain exactly when they arrive here in 10 minutes. Tom?
All right, thank you, Amy. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network and looking at your drive times. Just 1 minute added to your commute from 795 to 95 and 95 to 83. But pretty much everyone around the Baltimore region, you're in the green.
Do you believe that BGE will be able to service the conduit system at the same level that your team has been servicing it to date?
Okay.
It's really a yes or no. Are they going to?
No, I was trying to go back through the different questions.
Continuing coverage this morning of the controversy surrounding the city's conduit deal with BGE.
Baltimore City Council members demanding answers from the utility company and the Scott administration during a hearing that lasted several hours.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning from Harbor East with what this means moving forward. Shannon.
Well, despite continued concern over this deal, Megan, even following this meeting, there may be very little that City Council can do to stop this agreement. And so last night, anger over the deal hit high gear.
I see nothing in the 2016 agreement or in this one that says BGE must give notice. I don't see anything in the agreements around ADA compliance. The fact that you're going to be going and doing much more work in our city and we're not going to get notice as residents that you're there is astounding.
We are gambling the future of our system in hopes that BGE can perform and their contractors will perform at the same high level as DOT has been performing.
Yeah, those questions and suspicions have been swirling through City Hall for weeks over the conduit agreement many council members say they knew nothing about until the deal was already done. Well, the agreement was negotiated by the mayor's office, and it gives BGE broad control over the city's underground conduit system. Now, representatives with BGE were questioned, and then they were re-questioned about the role BGE will play under the new agreement.
When we look at this agreement, we see an opportunity.
So again, BGE saying this will be a good thing, but other utilities who also have cables running through the conduit system, they say the new agreement gives BGE an unfair advantage. But again, there might not be much that can be done at this point because the mayor already approved this deal at the Board of Estimates meeting last week. And even the acting solicitor admitted that it's passed, it's filed, and it's done. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Shannon, BGE customers could see major hikes on their monthly utility bill. Now, a proposed rate hike would increase your monthly bill, as you see it right there, by an average of $10 in each of the next 3 years, though. By year 3, you'll be paying more than $30 a month, more than what you're paying right now.
Well, the Baltimore NAACP is also taking a stand on the issue. The group is calling on the mayor to stop the deal until the city council can look into it further, accusing BGE of having a history of discriminatory practices.
In the last few years, I have come to realize that BGE is the last company that the city council or our mayor should blindly trust to make a good faith effort to equitably utilize minority contractors. I've learned that BGE has a company-wide and systemic pattern and practice of discriminating against black utility workers.
A spokesman with BGE says the company routinely exceeds minority hiring requirements and says the complaints of discrimination are simply not true.
Comptroller Bill Henry says the contract will be back on the Board of Estimates agenda next week, the day after the City Council holds another investigative hearing. Fox 45 News will continue demanding answers about the conduit contract with BGE. You can find all of our past reporting right on our website right now at foxbaltimore.com.
That motion passes with 10 in favor and 1 absent. So this conversation will pick up in the next upcoming meeting.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom after an hours-long hearing and confusing back and forth from school board members, the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys still does not know its fate. The school is at risk of losing its charter. The board delaying the vote after weeks of uncertainty and 2 previous hearings. The CEO of Baltimore Collegiate telling Fox 45 News he remains optimistic.
That's their job, to have concerns. And so I want them to work that out. I want them to be able to be comfortable with supporting us. But I implore them to just think about what we do for the city. There's lots of parents who thank us for turning their sons around.
In our next half hour, Shannon Lilly will have more on why the board wasn't able to come to a decision.
7:05 happening today. The man found guilty of shooting and killing a Navy midshipman's mother will be sentenced today. Jury finding Angelo Harrod guilty of murder late last year. Michelle Cummings, you see there, was in town to witness her son's induction into the Naval Academy. She was hit and killed by a stray bullet while she was just out sitting outside of the Graduate Hotel in June of 2021. Harrod faces life in prison.
7:05 in breaking news this morning, China reportedly calling for a ceasefire between their Russian allies and Ukraine.
Now, this comes on the 1-year anniversary of the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
We have Taylor Stewart joining us at our live center with more on this. Taylor.
That's right, guys. A lot here changing this morning. This was just hours ago that China called for the ceasefire, but I want to show you some breaking news we're getting from the AP here, if we can pull up that AP Associated Press. Well, now China is calling for that ceasefire, and Ukraine this morning receiving their first tanks from Poland. At this point, the United Nations are calling for an end to the war in Ukraine, and the agencies now saying at the 11th emergency special session, the U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan called to quote, an overwhelming demonstration of support for Ukraine and a clear defense of freedom for people everywhere. Now, new images show this devastation in the war-torn area of Bakhmut. This is the site where the longest battle has been taking place since this war began. Now, the region has been a stage of full-scale invasion, fielding waves of Russian soldiers and countless shellings over the past year. Let's take a live look now from the White House, where President Biden's going to gather with G7 leaders and President Zelensky in just a few hours from now. Starting at 9 a.m., they're going to have a virtual meeting for continued support here live as we continue to follow this update here that there have now been tanks that have come into Ukraine as part of that agreement between the U.S. and Poland to send tanks there. That's the update here from the Live Center. Back to you.
7:07, taking a live look over Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where the Republican National Committee will hold its first presidential debate.
No other debates have been sanctioned, and RNC officials say they are still working on the final criteria for the debate.
Now, according to the Washington Post, the committee plans to require all candidates taking part in the first pledge to pledge their support to the party's eventual nominee. However, many of the potential contenders, including former President Donald Trump, have pushed back against that idea.
Republicans insist entitlements, including Social Security and Medicare, are off the table when it comes to budget cuts.
But former Vice President Mike Pence, a possible 2024 presidential contender, says they shouldn't be. He explained why in an interview with CNBC.
Right now, President Biden's policy is insolvency. I mean, we're looking at a debt crisis in this country over the next 25 years that is driven by entitlements, and nobody in Washington, D.C. wants to talk about it.
It's a thorny issue here. President Biden was jeered by congressional Republicans in his State of the Union address for claiming Republicans are coming for Americans' entitlements. They agreed there that they won't.
So, folks, as we all apparently agree, Social Security and Medicare is off the books now, right? They're not to be sponsored. All right. I'm ready. We got unity.
Yeah, that's a pledge that he's been calling for 47 years, the president himself. Now, flipping it onto Republicans. Republicans insist on budget cuts as part of any deal to increase the debt limit. Democrats said there should be no preconditions. Former President Trump has warned the party to stay away from Social Security and Medicare and to find the cuts elsewhere.
Democrats on the House Judiciary Committee refused to attend a field hearing in Arizona, sparking criticism from their Republican counterparts.
Democrats dismiss the experiences of these real people that we've had a chance to visit with the last 24 hours, people affected by the Biden border crisis, and Democrats seem to believe that solutions can only come from bureaucrats in Washington. We actually think they come from the American people.
Well, the members who do not attend the hearing toured the southern border right near Yuma and spoke with law enforcement officials there.
When the hearing was announced last week, ranking Democrats on the committee dismissed the move as a political stunt, releasing a statement that reads in part, quote, "Instead of focusing on real solutions to a complicated problem, Judiciary Republicans will once again not hear from any federal government witnesses at their hearing," further cementing this hearing as a brazen act of political grandstanding. They say that they will conduct their own trip to the border sometime in March.
7:10 is the time on this Friday morning. We want to get another check with your forecast.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson here with those details for us.
Yeah, let's talk about the weekend forecast. We are tracking some changes. It's not going to be warm. Temperatures will be falling, far from the 70s that we enjoyed yesterday. Breezy and cooler today with highs back in the low 50s this afternoon. I'm tracking a few snow showers tomorrow, along with highs barely reaching 40 degrees. So it's actually going to look and feel like winter. And then by Sunday, we welcome back some sunshine. Plus, it's a little milder, a little more manageable. If you want to do anything outside this weekend, we are back in the mid 50s by Sunday. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I am tracking another weather maker early next week. I'll let you know exactly what that means for your Monday drive in just over 10 minutes. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, checking out your travel time on the JFX here right now. It's going to take about 8 minutes to get from the top of the JFX down to President Street. Not too bad. Looking pretty nice out there this morning.
Here's a look at the stories making your headlines this Friday morning. Despite a mother's plea, a program helping low-income families select which school to send their children is on the chopping block. How Governor Wes Moore is responding.
The East Palestine community still reeling after a train derailment and toxic chemical burn. The people heading to Ohio to help on the ground despite a lack of response from elected leaders. It is 7:11. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
This was 100% preventable. We call things accidents. There is no accident. I don't understand why this has gotten so political. This is a community that is suffering. This is not about politics. This is about addressing their needs, their concerns.
Happening now, exactly 3 weeks ago, a massive 50-car derailment along the Ohio-Pennsylvania border. A community in Ohio is still dealing with the aftermath of that train derailment that forced evacuations when toxic chemicals were released and burned. Once residents were able to return to their homes, they say they've experienced headaches, eye irritation, bloody noses, and worry about long-term effects. The NTSB, you just heard right there, will be holding a rare investigative field hearing this spring in East Palestine to hear testimony from witnesses and go over possible solutions. Chairwoman Jennifer Hamandi says that it could be a year to 18 months before that final report, though, is released. In the meantime, people from all across the country making an effort to help the Ohio community during a time of uncertainty as they point to the lack of response from elected and appointed leaders. Joining us now, after returning from East Palestine, founder and CEO of Achilles PR and DLE agency, Doug Eldridge. Doug, thanks for joining us.
Hey, Tom, thank you for having me.
Sure. This is something that you did. You spearheaded this. You're saying this is not getting enough attention. You put a plea out there for somebody to come back and started this mission. So now tell us about what happened after you kind of sent this out. Like, can we go do something to help those Ohioans?
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, Tom. You know, watching this same coverage over the last couple of weeks and seeing the anguish and the questions rise and mount, and there be no answers and no action and seemingly no interest. And so I called one of our clients, one of the Achilles PR clients, Healthier. It's a healthcare startup out of Kentucky. I sent an email to the CEO and the CMO a week ago today, late in the evening. I said, hey, I see this as an opportunity for us to help. That night we were on a call. The following day, executives from across the country and investors dialed in. On Sunday afternoon, I called Mayor Trent Conway in East Palestine. On a Sunday afternoon, he answered his cell phone and we talked. And Tuesday morning, we rolled into town with 10,000 bottles of water and 1,000 comprehensive health screening tests to give some semblance of clarity in a time of chaos for those residents.
Doug, that's the important part. I mean, the water was obviously a necessity. There are a lot of people, especially people that have their own wells, are told not to drink from that and actually drink from bottled water. So that was huge. But the other side of that, what we're hearing from residents there that constantly are taking to social media saying, we don't know what's going on with our bodies. Our children have nosebleeds. We've got burning sensations. So tell us about the Healthier test. What kind of test did they bring, and how does that help someone feel a little sense of like relief, I guess?
Sure. So Healthier, as I mentioned, it's a startup based out of Kentucky. And what they produce is a series of at-home test kits, a basic finger prick test that you can then put in the prepaid envelope. It's overnighted. And within 36 hours of the lab receiving it, you have a complete breakdown in front of you, which you can then provide to your primary care provider, or you can have access to a litany of other telehealth or telemedicine, all at $15 per visit. So it's cost effective and totally mobile. This particular test, Tom, measured 12 key biomarkers, 3 of which deal specifically with liver function, which is probably going to be an increasing concern moving forward, given the vinyl chloride that the residents were exposed to. 1,000 kits. We sat there in the public library and answered every question, every worry, gave hugs, but more than anything, just listened. So many of these people just wanted to feel heard, feel seen, and feel supported. So this is an opportunity to do that moving forward. And I can't say enough good things about the team from Healthier. They not only received the email and received the message, but they rolled up their sleeves, rolled out the trucks, and were literally unloading pallets of water at the fire station 48 hours later.
Doug, listening to them, though, real quick, last question for you then. What was the response? I mean, because now we're starting to see President Trump, the former president, bringing in a whole lot of things, just about a little bit after you were there. And then you're finally starting to see Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg showing up. So they're starting 3 weeks into this, now getting it. What were you hearing, though, the general message from them when you were listening to their concerns?
I couldn't help but see, with the Trump presser, Fire Chief Drabek. I was sitting in the mayor's office talking to him on Tuesday. We were there Tuesday. The president was there Wednesday, and the secretary was there yesterday. It's frustration. I mean, it's better late than never. Something's always better than nothing. But this is perhaps an avoidable situation. Who knows? And TSP will hopefully get to the bottom of that. But this is a time for all of us to come together. This isn't about politics. It's about people. It's not a time for apathy. It's a time for empathy. This is a time for both parties to understand this isn't red or blue. This isn't left or right. It's all of us. And so I'm glad that President Trump went. I'm glad Secretary Buttigieg went. Now it's time to put a plan in place and be better well done than well said. Action over rhetoric.
There you go. Doug Eldridge, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Tom.
It is 7:19 on a Friday morning now, and it's time to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson joining us right now, talking about a warm day yesterday, now ready for some snow flurries possibly this weekend.
Yeah, from 70s, near 80 degrees to snow showers, only in Maryland, right? Yeah, we are looking at crazy changes here as we get into the weekend. This morning, the sun is now shining down on the Inner Harbor. You can see Camden Yards looking fantastic. Yesterday felt like a perfect baseball day. Today, it's going to feel more like winter. Temperatures are taking their time to cool, though. We're currently at 56 degrees. I am tracking a westerly wind at 16 miles an hour. That's bringing in that cooler air. So that number just started to fall below 60, and that will continue to happen as we head over the next couple of hours. And that's all as that cold front pulls more and more away from us. Behind it, colder air is taking over from the west and will continue to do so as we get into the weekend. So let's track our temperatures and our precip chances this weekend. Today, we'll spend the afternoon in the mid-40s, just barely reaching the low 50s today. As we head through your Friday night, even colder. Temperatures will fall back below freezing. We start your Saturday morning off in the upper 20s. Pretty cold stuff. And then a little bit of moisture will follow. I think we've got a chance to see some flurries right around midday tomorrow. A brief snow shower or two. Nothing significant here. It's up against some really dry air, so no real accumulations are expected, but certainly noteworthy as we head throughout your Saturday. Temperatures will stay on the chilly side, just barely reaching 40 degrees. So we are looking at a breezy day ahead of us today. Actual highs in the low 50s, feeling colder than that. I am tracking a few snow showers tomorrow, along with very, very cold temperatures. We'll spend the day in the upper 30s. By Sunday, it feels better. Temperatures will already start to rebound, not quite as cold, with high temperatures warming back into the mid-50s already. Doesn't last long, though. Rain moves in on Monday. That's our next weather maker. A chilly rain, actually, with highs only in the upper 40s. After that, we've got a couple of 50-degree days thrown in there, along with a 60-degree day on Thursday. The only issue on Thursday is that another weather maker's moving in, and that means some spotty showers will also develop with the milder temperatures. Tom, Megan?
Right, Amy, thank you. The easiest Final Jeopardy clue ever? Coming up, why fans are saying the answer is written right in the question.
CIAA weekend, it's finally here. Coming up next, where you can shop till you drop during your breaks between games. 7:22, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Coming up on 725, it is so Baltimore. The CIAA tournament is in full swing.
A huge tournament. Downtown Partnership of Baltimore is encouraging the community to get involved with all the festivities that have been going on for a week now, and this weekend's big. Returning for its second year, the 3-Point Pop-Up Marketplace just steps away from CFG Arena. And this morning, we're joined by Michael Wright Jeffries with Historian Threads. That's a participating vendor. So what kind of threads do you have for us, Michael?
Oh, we have all types of threads. We have sweatshirts, we have hoodies, t-shirts, we have hats. We even sell candles.
So how excited are you to be part of this whole event? This is huge for Baltimore.
Oh, definitely. It's a tremendous opportunity. We started yesterday at the 3-Point Pop-Up, and we got to meet some fantastic people from all over the CIAA, different HBCUs, which I'm a product of. So it's a tremendous opportunity.
Michael, you got to explain the periodic table of hip hop. I'm like drawn to that, and I want to know what it is.
What does it say?
Who made it?
So I developed the periodic table of hip hop. So I tried to tell the story of hip hop, starting with DJ Kool Herc in 1973, James Brown samples being the cornerstone of hip hop, and I just tried to use these elements to tell the whole story of hip hop.
That is beautiful and well orchestrated there. That took some time.
Yeah, it did. This year is the 50th anniversary of hip hop, so I developed this shirt, and just to get the word out about hip hop.
Yeah,
in the history.
The history of hip hop using science right there. Very well done. I like that. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
We're going to put more information on our website too, foxbaltimore.com/newslink. Some pretty unique items out there. Well, after breaking records yesterday with temperatures reaching 79 degrees, it's going to feel a lot more like winter this weekend in Baltimore. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is going to let us know how cold it's going to feel in her full Weather Authority forecast.
The Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys left in limbo on whether or not it's going to have to close its doors. Coming up, I'll have the very latest from last night's meeting and when we can expect a decision. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News on a Friday. It's February 24th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers, and going back to the periodic table of hip hop, I still
know.
think it's really good, really cool idea. It's something you've never seen, and that's right across from the CFG Arena for the CIAA, the pop-up shops that are going on there.
And if you're planning to head out there, let's see how you need to dress. Maybe layer up the periodic table shirts. Meteorologist Amy Aronson here.
Yeah, exactly. Today is a day for all the layers because we're actually starting off not bad this morning, but temperatures will be falling throughout the day, and by tonight, it's going to be downright cold again. So this morning, our numbers are technically up from this time yesterday by about 10 to 15 degrees in some spots. So yeah, it's still mild out there, but these numbers are starting to fall. We were originally at 60 degrees. Now we're back in the low 50s and mid 50s, depending on where you are. And these numbers will continue to cool as we head through the rest of the morning. So if you're still heading out to the bus stop this morning, send the kids with a nice warm jacket. Temperatures will be slow to warm today. Plus, it's going to be brisk. It's going to be blustery, making it feel even colder than the numbers you're seeing right here. And tomorrow, even colder than this. I'll explain exactly how cold it's going to feel as we head into the weekend and when we could see some snow showers in just over 10 minutes. Megan?
Thank you, I think, Amy. Let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network here. We've got some of our live cameras put up around the region. You can see that sun shining right now. A little bit of volume out there, but no issues to report. Great day to get out and get moving.
7:31 now, and turning now to the crisis in the classroom. After an hours-long hearing and confusing back and forth from Baltimore City School Board members, the Baltimore Collegiate School for the Boys still does not know its fate.
That's right. The school is at risk of losing its charter. The board delayed the vote after weeks of uncertainty and 2 previous hearings. It comes despite City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises recommending the school stay open.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning from Harbor East with why the board didn't come to a decision. Shannon.
Yeah, this was an unprecedented board meeting, Tom, with one board member missing. It allowed for that 5-5 deadlock. And all in all, after almost 3 hours of debate, no decision was made. But the CEO of the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys is remaining optimistic despite that outcome.
That's their job, to have concerns. And so I want them to work that out. I want them to be able to be comfortable with supporting us. But I implore them to just think about what we do for the city. There's lots of parents who thank us for turning their sons around.
Yeah, let's rewind a bit to remind you how we got here. Remember, last week, City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises urged the board to keep this school open in her official recommendation. But in discussing that recommendation last night, the board had a laundry list of concerns and conditions for the school. So moving forward, they want to see the school bring on more certified teachers. They want to see them improve special education services. They also want to see them hire a city-approved financial advisor. And when it came down to their decision, though, the votes were tied. And ultimately, Megan and Tom, they deferred the vote to their next meeting, which is going to happen on Tuesday. So, of course, we are going to be following that.
Shannon, in the meantime, how does this delay impact families who might be trying to get their students into the school?
Well, that's a good question, Megan, because timing is really not ideal. In fact, on Tuesday, the day that they are holding that board meeting, that is when the school is also holding their lottery for families trying to get students into the school. So the CEO says they're going to continue with the lottery in the hopes for the best outcome on Tuesday. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 7:34. As Baltimore Collegiate waits to learn its fate, Project Baltimore found 23 Baltimore City public schools where not a single student among those tested is performing math at a grade level. You can see it indicated right here and listed out. Some supporters say if the board shuts down this charter school with pretty good performance numbers, then poor performing public schools should close too.
The 23 or so schools where they have 0, and I've never heard that number in the entire history of me working with schools, 0 students who are proficient in math, and in some cases very low in English or language arts. And of course, those schools and the CEO should be judged and evaluated on what she's doing with the greater number of schools.
We're not getting our money's worth, and as a taxpayer, I'm outraged.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. If a charter school is forced to close, should failing public schools also close? So far, 98% of the voters who have responded, you see it popped up right there on your screen, they've responded yes. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on the polls tab.
Well, fallout continues over Governor Wes Moore's plan to gradually phase out the Boost program, which provides money for families who cannot afford private or parochial schools. Governor Moore defended his plan while parents argue he's cutting access to education.
That public dollars should not be going to private schools. Public dollars are going towards ensuring that we're building a world-class public school system for all Maryland students.
I just don't think that this is an area that we should cut. We are ultimately cutting kids' futures if we do that.
Governor Moore says the current participants in the Boost programs will continue to receive scholarships. You can read more about the failures within those city schools on our website, foxbaltimore.com/Project Baltimore.
A Frederick County mother is demanding that parents be more involved in a school district book review process. Heather Fletcher's concerns stem from the book called Jack of Hearts. And the book tells the fictional story of a gay high schooler giving teenagers advice about sex. The author says it empowers teenagers. Online data suggests it's in one Frederick County high school library. Fletcher claims it's sexually explicit and criticizes its presence in the schools.
This committee was hand-selected by FCPS employees that are in favor in institutionalizing sexual education. You won't open up this committee to the public.
It is not immediately clear if students have access to the book. Sinclair Broadcast Group reached out to the district for comment, but has not yet heard back. In Baltimore County, some concerned citizens are looking to ban 2 books from public school library shelves. They argue the books contain explicit material. The Baltimore County school system says the books will remain on shelves in 2 school libraries, but parents can request their own children don't have access to it. You can find more on those books on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
We invite you to join us for Your Voice, Your Future Crisis in Classroom Town Hall, focusing on the relationships between crime, poverty, and education. Now, this is happening at the Huber Memorial Church this Monday night at 7, and you could also watch it live right on foxbaltimore.com.
We are looking ahead to the release of several major economic indicators today.
And Taylor Stewart is joining us from our live center this morning with the latest on these numbers. Taylor?
That's right. We are getting some economic indicators today that we're expecting will show an uptick in inflation another time.
New home sales. Analysts say part of what's driving spending is the relatively large, strong jobs market. Weekly unemployment is still near historic lows, and that said, we continue to get reports of more cuts ahead. National Public Radio is set to lay off 10% of its workers next month because of a decline in advertising. That's about 100 people. But it's the technology sector seeing some of the largest cuts. This morning, the Washington Post met with the owner of Facebook. They are getting ready for another round of cuts. And this after slashing 11,000 jobs in November. At that time, CEO Mark Zuckerberg didn't think he anticipated any additional layoffs. We'll end the week with a big push of data at 8:30.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Untangling Baltimore's conduit controversy. Why a recent hearing is prompting more questions than answers.
A federally funded research program at the University of Maryland School of Medicine could save thousands of lives. You don't want to miss this. We'll speak with the study's lead doctor on why this discovery is so important.
And a much cooler day ahead with temperatures reaching the low 50s. Meteorologist Amy Aronson will let us know when it will get even colder this weekend ahead in that full Weather Authority forecast. Look at that sunshine for now, though. 7:39, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:41 on this Friday morning. Going to feel a little different today than it did yesterday. Yesterday, we reached a balmy 79 degrees. Today, we're a far cry from that. This is a preview of how cold it's going to feel this afternoon, feeling like we're in the low to mid 40s as we head through the rest of the day. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll walk you through your temperatures hour by hour for the rest of the weekend and show you when we could also see, yes, some snow showers this weekend. Tom, Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Tackling the digital divide in Baltimore City. Why one analyst says the $35 million the city has received in federal funding will not solve the issue.
Artificial blood can be used to save lives. Coming up next, the new study right here in Baltimore that could have major benefits for first responders and Army soldiers. 7:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
It is 7:45, topping your health headlines. Scientists at the University of Maryland School of Medicine are one step closer to making artificial blood a reality with more than $46 million of federal funding. Joining us live this morning to weigh in on this, Dr. Alan Doctor, the study's principal investigator and a pediatrics professor at the University of Maryland School of Medicine. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us. How would this work? How is this possible?
Good morning. Well, it's possible because what we can do now is we can take the key elements of cells, extract them and envelop them in artificial membranes to create synthetic hybrid cells that we can freeze dry. And by freeze drying them, we avoid the requirement for cold chain, so keeping things cold. And that is the principal problem with getting transfusion out into the scene of an accident where blood would spoil before it can be administered.
Wow. So is the artificial blood a permanent thing in your body? Would the body accept it, or would this be temporary?
It's a bridging therapy, so it's intended to be mixed with water at the scene of an accident to provide instant blood that a medic could provide right away while somebody's bleeding. And then it would support them on the way to the hospital where they would receive a natural transfusion.
Unbelievable. I mean, this is life-saving stuff right here.
That's the idea. There's about 20,000 people in the U.S. alone that bleed to death between the scene of an accident and an emergency department. So when brisk hemorrhage begins, then if we're unable to give transfusion right away, then some people won't make it. And the idea is to get them to the hospital where they can get definitive therapies.
So you have developed this, and now you are spreading the word. I know you are in San Antonio right now talking about this study and the plan moving forward. What's next?
What's next is that we have the individual components: artificial plasma, artificial platelets, artificial red cells. So our job now is to make sure they work together to develop the correct ratios and dosing, to test it in animal models of severe trauma, to develop the manufacturing capability to produce it reliably and at scale, to make sure it's cost effective so that we have a reasonable price. And this is a 4 to 5 year project so that at the end we should be ready to initiate human trials.
I know we're in the initial stages right now. There's a lot of testing that still needs to happen. When would you hope to have those trials?
Well, we're hoping to have the trials in about 5 years.
Okay.
5 years would be fast if we can get it done. And then it would be another 3 to 5 years before it's ready for licensing.
Hope on the horizon. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just incredible. Just
Right?
add water right at the scene.
Unbelievable. And again, there's a lot of testing that needs to happen, but to think about the future of medicine and what's possible is pretty incredible.
Yeah, it is. My goodness. All right. Well, we need to find out exactly how warm or cold we will feel here in just a little bit.
You never know. That's why we have meteorologist Amy Aronson, because there's no way of knowing what to expect the next day.
Yeah, and it's changing quickly this morning. Yesterday, temperatures climbed really, really fast. The same thing's going to happen today. We're just going in, the opposite direction. Down we go. So here's a look at the sunshine. That's pretty, right? We'll start off on a positive note right now. We've got all that sun up in the sky over Towson currently, looking beautiful. And it doesn't feel that bad right now, but temperatures are falling. Already Westminster's back in the 40s, mid 40s there. Everybody else still holding on to the mid and upper 50s, but we're all going to see these temperatures fall. And that's all as this blue stuff takes over from the west. That's the colder air oozing in from the west, taking over. By this time tomorrow, we're actually going to see numbers like this. We're going to see upper 20s and low 30s across our area. Here's the cold front to blame. That's the front that moved through, wiped away all that warmth from yesterday, ushering in that cooler air right now. Winds are picking up, so it's also a little breezy, making it feel even cooler. As we head through the rest of the day today, nothing but sunshine. We're in good shape. There is a little disturbance that's going to scoot our direction tomorrow, setting us the potential for, look at this, a brief period of rain and snow showers. Now, I think it's going to be up against some dry air. I think showers will be scattered, but there will be a brief period where we see some snowfall. And that's going to be the case tomorrow right around midday. Doesn't last long. It's out of here tomorrow night. And by Sunday, we're dry and we're actually warming right back up. So temperatures will climb back into the mid 50s on Sunday. And then another weather maker moves in on Monday. This one will be an all rain producer, though. No snow with this system. It will be a chilly rain for us, on and off showers Monday morning through the afternoon. For today, it is going to be dry. It's just going to be cooler. You're going to need a jacket again. Highs technically in the low 50s, but it will be breezy, so feels a little cooler than that. Tonight, even colder for Friday night dinner plans. You want to bring a jacket again, bundle up. Temperatures will be falling to the 40s and eventually back below freezing by Saturday morning. And here's what we're up against on Saturday. Looks and feels like winter, right? We've got temperatures stuck in the 30s here. Plus, we've got that mix of rain and snow showers as we head through the afternoon. Now, no significant accumulations are expected, so no real impacts from that, but certainly noteworthy since we haven't seen a ton of snow so far this season. And you can also see that in our full 7-day forecast. Through a few snow showers in there on Saturday with highs just barely reaching 40. So I think the bigger story, it's going to be cold on Saturday. Much better on Sunday. We're back in the mid 50s with some sun. Here comes the rain on Monday, a chilly rain on Monday, and then the 50s return again, both Tuesday and Wednesday. We're actually nearing 60 by Thursday, but it comes with another shot at some spotty showers. Tom, Megan.
Thank you, Amy. Competition within the streaming service industry causing Netflix to make even more changes. Why users in more than 30 countries will see a change in their subscription bills.
And after 3 years, more and more workers are returning to the office. The new policy Google is implementing in an attempt to teach their workers how to share.
So no more home coffee, right? So when you're driving into the office, you got to stop by.
We're drinking it together in the office, whether you like it or not. So let's go ahead and take a coffee break together. It is 7:54 and trending now. Netflix is cutting subscription costs in more than 30 countries.
Now, the move comes as competition between video streaming services continues to grow internationally.
Countries in the Middle East like Iran, Jordan, and Yemen were affected, as well as Nicaragua, Ecuador, Venezuela in Latin America.
Some nations even seeing their subscription cost cut in half. For those living in countries not impacted, they may see their subscription price increase, though. Netflix executives have mentioned raising prices in places where they can afford to near the future. Well, as many people start returning to the office full-time, we're seeing some changes being made to company policies.
Google is now asking returning employees to share their desks.
Share the desk, the company says, is part of the real estate efficiency strategy, and employees will learn how to share.
That could be tight quarters. Interesting. Starting next quarter, workers in Google's cloud division will share their desks with a coworker who will be in the office on alternate days.
Yeah.
So they're not at the desk at the same time.
No. Well, maybe. I don't know. Maybe if they really like sharing. The new desk sharing model will apply to offices in New York City, San Francisco, Seattle, and Sunnyvale, California.
That's why I thought it would be like you sit in the chair for 10 minutes and we swap, you know. That
I don't think that would be very efficient, but yeah.
No.
Trending now, some Jeopardy fans on Twitter are calling out the show for what they say is the easiest Final Jeopardy clue ever.
So here we go. Read aloud by host Ken Jennings in the National Parks category on Friday's episode last week. The clue was, It's a name for a river indigenous people called Mitsi Adazi, translated by French-speaking trappers as Pierre Jaune. The best part, the answer is in the clue.
That part seemed lost, though, on two contestants who wrote question marks for their answers. The third contestant correctly answering, what is Yellowstone?
Well, fans took to Twitter to deem the episode's Final Jeopardy an easy clue, since Pierre Jaune translates to Yellowstone in English, but you still have to know that.
I know, I wouldn't have gotten it.
How many people know that?
I would have been a question mark, too. I got it, but I don't know if I could make it on a Jeopardy.
Now, so Pierre Jaune.
Pierre Jaune
means
Yellowstone. Yeah, here we go.
Interesting.
Learn something every day. That's right here on Fox 45. I learned it with you. Going from record-breaking temperatures in the 70s to potential snow showers in just 4 days. Wow. Speaking of learning something, meteorologist Amy Aronson keeping an eye on the potential wintry weather that we can see in our region in her Weather Authority forecast. 7:57 is your time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all Pierre Jaune.
Yellowstone.
Leaders at City Hall demanding answers about the mayor's conduit deal. Coming up, a breakdown of last night's meeting and what comes next.
The man convicted in the murder of a Navy midshipman's mother could soon learn his fate. What we know about the case.
And I am tracking a cool down as we head into the weekend. It's actually going to turn very wintry tomorrow. I'll let you know what that means to your weekend plans in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
8 o'clock on this Friday morning, February 24th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gitland. Welcome to the weekend. Meteorologist Amy Aronson here with what we can expect.
Yeah, I wish it could be as warm as it was yesterday. Yesterday would have been like a perfect Friday, but it's not going to be that warm again today. Unfortunately, temperatures are cooling. Right now, they're not that bad, though, so we're easing back into it. We're holding on to the 50s. You'll notice temperatures are already falling in spots like Westminster, 46 there, 51 now in Cockeysville, and 54 in Baltimore. And what's happening is our winds are picking up. They're blowing in from the west at about 5 to 15 miles an hour, just kind of depending on where you are, and that's ushering in that much cooler air. So temperatures will actually be falling as we head through the rest of the morning and eventually make their way into the low 50s as you enjoy your coffee. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll walk you through these temperatures for the rest of the day today and also the weekend, and let you know when we could also see some snow showers this weekend. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. And taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network here, and some of the cameras around the region moving along fine there. The only incident to report now is the outer loop right at 83, right when it's meeting up with 695. So if you're on the outer loop there, there's a two-vehicle accident. It's they're saying that it's on the right shoulder there, and it is causing a slight delay.
The craftsmanship and quality of the work that they do is really just to get their needs done. Whereas if you own the building, then you're going to put in the best materials and use the best craftsmanship so that the work will last as long as possible. So the question for BGE, for the record, is when you're doing work, are you going to be doing work as if you're just a renter of it, or are you going to do work with the craftsmanship and level of quality as if you were an owner?
Continuing coverage, Baltimore City Council members demanding answers about Mayor Brandon Scott's controversial conduit deal with BGE. Leaders from the utility company and the Scott administration facing tough questions during a hearing that lasted several hours.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning from Harbor East with what we can expect now moving forward. Shannon?
Well, despite continued concern, Tom, from many at City Hall, even following this meeting, moving forward, there may be very little that City Council members can do to stop this agreement. And at last night's meeting, many were angry. Listen.
I see nothing in the 2016 agreement or in this one that says BGE must give notice. I don't see anything in the agreements around ADA compliance. The fact that you're going to be going and doing much more work in our city and we're not going to get notice as residents that you're there is astounding.
We are gambling the future of our system in hopes that BGE can perform and their contractors will perform at the same high level as DOT has been performing.
Yeah, those questions and suspicions have been swirling through City Hall for weeks over the conduit agreement many council members say they knew nothing about until the deal was already done. Now, the agreement was negotiated by the mayor's office, and it gives BGE broad control over the city's underground conduit system. Representatives with BGE were questioned, and then they were re-questioned about the role BGE will play under the new agreement.
When we look at this agreement, we see an opportunity.
So BGE saying it's going to be a good thing, but other utilities who also have cables running through the conduit system, well, they say the new agreement gives BGE an unfair advantage. But again, there may be not much that can really be done at this point because the mayor already approved this deal at last week's Board of Estimates meeting, and the acting solicitor even admitted that it's passed, it's filed, and it's done. Reporting in Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 8:05, and BGE customers could see major hikes on their monthly utility bill. A proposed rate hike would increase your monthly bill by an average of $10, and you see it right there, 36 cents. But that's over each of the next 3 years, meaning by year 3, you will actually be paying closer to $31 a month, more than what you're paying right now.
The Baltimore NAACP also taking a stand on the issue. It's calling on the mayor to stop the deal until the city council can look into it further, accusing BGE of having a history of discriminatory practices.
In the last few years, I have come to realize that BGE is the last company that the city council or our mayor should blindly trust to make a good faith effort to equitably utilize minority contractors. I've learned that BGE has a company-wide and systemic pattern and practice of discriminating against black utility workers.
A spokesman with BGE says the company routinely exceeds minority hiring requirements and says the complaints of discrimination are simply not true.
Comptroller Bill Henry says the contract will be back on the Board of Estimates agenda next week, the day after the City Council holds another investigative hearing. Fox 45 News will continue to demand answers about this BGE conduit contract. You can find all of our past reporting right on our website. You can go there right now on foxbaltimore.com.
That motion passes with 10 in favor and 1 absent. So this conversation will pick up in the next upcoming meeting.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom after an hours-long hearing and confusing back and forth from school board members, the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys still does not know its fate. The school is at risk of losing its charter. The board delayed the vote after weeks of uncertainty and 2 previous hearings. The CEO of Baltimore Collegiate telling Fox 45 News he remains optimistic.
That's their job, to have concerns. And so I want them to work that out. I want them to be able to be comfortable with supporting us. But I implore them to just think about what we do for the city. There's lots of parents who thank us for turning their sons around.
In our next half hour, Shannon Lilly will have more on why the board wasn't able to come to a decision.
Happening today, the man found guilty of shooting and killing a Navy midshipman's mother will be sentenced today. Jury finding Angelo Harrod guilty of murder late last year. Michelle Cummings, you see right there, was in town just to witness her son's induction into the Naval Academy when she was hit and killed by a stray bullet while sitting outside the Graduate Hotel in June of 2021. Harrod faces life in prison.
Also happening today, it is officially 1 year since the Russia-Ukraine war began. There will be a vigil at the Inner Harbor to remember lives lost. It's the deadline for both sides in the Marilyn Mosby case to present possible dates for her upcoming federal trial, which has already been delayed 3 times. Today does mark the 1-year anniversary between Russia and Ukraine, the war coming up, an unlikely country that is getting more involved in calling for peace.
Future of Baltimore charter schools remains uncertain. In our next half hour, what's delaying the Baltimore City School Board to make its final decision?
And we'll see our temperatures cool back into the low 50s today, but even colder and wintry tomorrow with highs just barely reaching 40. I'll let you know exactly what that means for your weekend plans in a couple of minutes. It's 8:08. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 8:11 on this Friday. We are looking at a cooler day ahead of us, a blustery day ahead of us, and then even colder as we get into the weekend. The 70s, yeah, they're going to be a distant memory after today. Low 50s are back. When you factor in the winds, it's going to feel more like the brisk mid-40s. Even colder tomorrow. We're just barely reaching 40 with, yes, some snow showers. I've got an updated look at our future scan and how much snow we're expecting in just about 10 minutes. Tom, Megan.
Thank you. It is 8:11, and we have breaking news here this morning. China now reportedly calling for a ceasefire between their Russian allies and Ukraine.
Now, this comes on the one-year anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Taylor Stewart joining us from our live center with what's going on here. Taylor.
That's right, guys. Here's a live look in Kyiv as military leaders are renewing their push for victory in this war. We're also learning here from a new report from the AP that there are tanks arriving right now from Poland that will help them on the ground. Now, the United Nations is calling for an end to this war in Ukraine. Leading up to today, U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan called for the end of the war, saying an overwhelming demonstration of support has been shown to Ukraine and a clear defense for the freedom of the people everywhere. Now, we're also getting images from the front lines. Bakhmut is the site of the longest battle of this war to date. Russian military leaders have apparently escalated attacks in the eastern region leading up to this anniversary. And a live look now at the White House, where President Biden, other G6 leaders, and President Zelensky will meet virtually. That's happening in less than an hour at 9 o'clock. We'll monitor that for you and bring you all of the developments here at the Live Center. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Taylor. Frederick County mother demands a book to be removed from schools. In her next half hour, her response about the book and what she thinks should not be made available to high school students.
And a digital divide flowing into the city of Baltimore. Why one expert says the $35 million in federal funding won't solve the problem. It is 8:13 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Well, Mayor Brandon Scott is using millions of dollars to cure the digital divide he calls in the city. From the hundreds of Wi-Fi hotspots to wired rec centers to digitally upgraded in the libraries here, the mayor and Broadband and Digital Equity Office hope that these improvements will level the digital learning and playing field. CEO and founder of OpenTheBooks.com, Adam Andrzejewski, joining us now with a breakdown of the $35 million in digital spending. Good morning, Adam.
Good morning, Tom.
Right off the bat, you say $35 million, but it's still not going to solve the problem. Explain that.
Yeah, not even close. So they've already spent $10.6 million of the $35 million, and I don't think they can point to one household out of the 100,000 that need this service that they've delivered in terms of connectivity. So let's break down the $10 million of announced spending, because this week they announced a tranche of $4.4 million. And Tom, it's not putting people in their home online. It's actually, number one, buying landscaping for outdoor Wi-Fi hotspots at a few libraries. And it's cold 6 months of the year in Baltimore. The second thing that it's doing for indoor Wi-Fi hotspots in public places, it's upgrading the interior decorating and design of those places. The third thing that it's doing is through libraries, they hire navigators on a how-to basis to help residents get connected. But there's no monetary support. They announced $6 million, a few months back. And what that did is it, in part, created a new bureaucratic office where the chief of the broadband initiative with the city makes $204,000. It also, as you mentioned, connected some rec centers and put 100 city Wi-Fi spots in place. Again, no dollars to help families in their homes get connected.
Adam, the whole thing was, saying this is a digital divide. It's not fair. You've got kids in the county that can sit at home and can be connected right there with their tablets there. And that was what we were sold, I guess, saying, like, we're going to be able to do that here in the city. But that still hasn't happened yet. And you said it's $10.6 million out of the $35 million already used up, but they'd have to sit outside at a hotspot in some locations.
Yeah, they have to leave their home. They've got to go to public places. So it's growing government. It's growing the bureaucracy, rather than the goal, which is getting people online. Now, Tom, we've crunched the math. If you negotiate, for instance, with Elon Musk's Starlink satellite high-speed internet service, they charge $150 a month. I know folks in the middle of a national forest, covered by a mountain, in a valley, that pay that every month for high-speed internet. So it works. You negotiate. $100 a month, not $150. The feds for low-income households will pick up $30 of that. Now you're down to $70 a month. You split it with people. 35 for the taxpayer, 35 for the household. So for $35 a month, you could get 83,000. You could solve for the next 12 months the digital divide in the city of Baltimore, put people online in their homes at a very reasonable and low cost. That's the kind of innovative thinking that the mayor should be doing, not growing government, expanding government, but not helping people.
Projects that we'll have to pay for the next 10, 20 years because you started up that office. Adam Andrzejewski, thank you. We appreciate you breaking down the numbers for us.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, warm-up is over. Cooler temperatures making their return.
Let's check in with meteorologist Amy Aronson, and I guess more February-like. Last weekend of February, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. And most of the weekends have actually been colder. The weeks have been milder. And this weekend, no exception to that. We can already see winds are picking up. If you look closely here at the camera, you can see a little bit of a shake back and forth. That's because we've got that westerly wind blowing at 16 miles an hour. Temperatures are also falling. We started the day off close to 60. We're now back at 54. You factor in that westerly wind, it feels even cooler than that. And this is all behind our latest cold front that's still pulling away from us. That's going to drag that colder air in from the north and the west, and that's what's going to bring our temperatures down as we head into the weekend. Today, we'll spend in the mid-40s, a far cry from the upper 70s we enjoyed yesterday. Otherwise, it's nothing but sunshine. As we get into the day tomorrow, we start off with a couple of flurries. Plus, temperatures are in the upper 20s to start. Pretty frigid stuff to get your weekend started. A brief period of some light snow. I think this forecast model overdoing the situation just a little bit. All this moisture is up against some really dry air. I think it's more scattered on and off snow showers as we head through the afternoon. They don't last long, minimal accumulations expected, but temperatures will stay down and in the 30s for much of the day. So here's a quick look at how much snow we're expecting. Barely a half an inch in most locations, mainly just a dusting at most. I think roadways should remain wet, so no travel impacts expected as that happens tomorrow. But we haven't seen a lot of snow, so that's that's certainly noteworthy on Saturday, along with the really cold temperatures. Highs just barely reached that 40-degree mark. By Sunday, much of an improvement, not quite as cold, with highs bouncing back into the mid-50s. Early next week, we've got rain on Monday, but after that, the 50s are back Tuesday and Wednesday to near 60 by next Thursday. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. Check out this absolutely beautiful sunrise. This was sent to us from Mary Shuey from Jarrettsville, Maryland. She took these off the deck of her home while getting her grandkids ready for school. What a great way to start the day. Amazing view. Thank you to Mary for sending these in. I'm a sucker for the sunrise, sunset photos. I love them. Well, you can scan the QR code on your screen right there. That's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures, your videos, and it is all powered by Stackla. Well, the weather in our region, it's been pretty inconsistent all week, but in our other parts of the country, it's been deadly. In our next half hour, we have the latest issues that many Americans are still facing from our live center.
Basketball has taken over Charm City, and the CIAA tournament is here. After the break, how you can keep yourself busy and entertained in between all the action on the court. Oh, yeah, somebody's going to be singing pretty soon here.
Yes.
We know those two ladies right there. Yeah, 8:22 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
$8.25. It is so Baltimore. The Downtown Partnership of Baltimore is encouraging the community to come out and have some fun.
In fact, right now, while the CIAA is in town, the second three-point pop-up marketplace is happening. Many delightful vendors, such as the Sister Sweets. They're just steps away from CFG Arena. Ladies, how are you doing on this beautiful Friday morning?
Good morning.
Oh,
We are Sister Sweets. We make sweet treats and upbeats with the singing telegram. Good morning, everyone.
We're so good. So excited to be a part of CIAA. We were so lucky to have you here in studio, so I can only imagine what those basketball lovers are going to think when they come to see you. What is the one thing on your menu that people have to get when they stop by?
Wow, I'm going to let Lena answer that one.
You definitely have to come try our funnel cake and fried Oreo cupcakes.
Yes.
Okay. They are super popular. We brought them back just for CIAA weekend.
I think this brownie fell off, but we have the caramel brownie cheesecake, strawberry crunch, funnel cake, and fried Oreo. It is to die for. We love, these are probably some of our favorite flavors to showcase.
Definitely.
So we have to
It might
display
get you
these for
singing.
you all. You can't get these for sure, and you'll definitely catch us singing as well.
Yes.
You can't get these cupcakes anywhere else in Baltimore, let alone Maryland. So you definitely have to come down to CIAA. We are at 10 East Pratt Street from 12 to 6, and we have 2 trucks. So we're also at 10 Park Avenue. Yes, double it. So we're also down near the arena as well.
Yes,
so
20 Park Avenue.
Yes.
Yeah, 2 locations.
The food that you serve is amazing, but the personality, I think, is even over the top. It's even better. Yeah.
Oh, wow. All right, perfect combo.
Thank you.
Ladies, you want to sing us out real quick?
Sure.
Of course.
I think before we do our jingle, I also wanted to mention that we do have gluten-free, sugar-free, and vegan options available. So
as well as banana pudding
and banana pudding and lemonades. And hot chocolate.
And hot chocolate.
They got it all.
Yes, but thank you so much again. And we are Sister Sweets. We make sweet treats and healthy eats.
With the singing telegram. Hope to see you all soon.
There you go.
Here
How can you not go and visit them? My
come
goodness.
on.
Great. Yeah. For more information about how you can take some of those amazing cupcakes that they're serving up and hot chocolate and all the other stuff they listed off, just head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. From being in the mid to upper 70s to spending the upcoming weekend in the 30s. Meteorologist Amy Aronson breaking down the roller coaster temperatures all across our region.
The Baltimore's Collegiate School for Boys left in limbo on whether or not they're going to have to close their doors. Coming up, the very latest from last night's meeting and when a decision could finally be made.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It is Friday, February 24th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Now let's get off to a good start to our weekend, but a drop in temperatures. Meteorologist Amy Aronson taking a look at your weather. Good morning, Amy.
Good morning. Yeah, some big changes on the way. Yesterday, new record was set. We actually reached a balmy high of 79 degrees. Today, we're a far cry from that. So the previous record was 78, set in 1874. Today, we're going to be cooling it down. We can already see that cooler air taking over, upper 40s, low 50s right now. So these numbers are falling and will continue to fall as we head through the rest of the day. If you're still headed out to the bus stop, don't forget to throw a nice warm jacket on the kids. They're going to need it for recess this afternoon, and by pickup time, we're also in the blustery low 50s. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, we'll take a look ahead at our weekend temperatures, and I'll show you when we could also see some flurries and some snow showers this weekend. Megan, Taylor.
That motion passes with 10 in favor and 1 absent. So this conversation will pick up in the next upcoming meeting.
And your crisis in the classroom coverage after an hours-long hearing and confusing back and forth between school board members and the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys, the fate still hangs in the balance.
The school is at risk of losing its charter. The board delaying the vote after weeks of uncertainty and 2 previous hearings. It comes despite school CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises is recommending the school to stay open.
That's right. Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning with why the board didn't come to a decision. Shannon.
Yeah, this was an unprecedented board meeting, Taylor. With 1 board member missing, it allowed for a 5-5 deadlock. And all in all, after about 3 hours of debate, no decision was ever even made. But the CEO of the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys is remaining optimistic, even despite that outcome. Listen.
That's their job, to have concerns. And so I want them to work that out. I want them to be able to be comfortable with supporting us. But I implore them to just think about what we do for the city. There's lots of parents who thank us for turning their sons around.
Yeah, let's rewind a bit to remind you how we got here. Remember last week, City Schools CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises urged the board to keep the school open in her official recommendation. But in discussing that recommendation last night, well, the board had a laundry list of concerns and conditions for the school. So moving forward, they want to see the school bring on more certified teachers. They want to see them improve special education services and hire a city-approved financial advisor. But when it came down to their decision, though, the votes were tied. And ultimately, Megan, they deferred the vote to their next meeting, which is going to happen on Tuesday. So, of course, we will be following that very closely.
Shannon, the question now, how does the delay impact families who might be trying to get their kids into the school?
Well, that's a good question, Megan, because timing is certainly not ideal. In fact, there's going to be a lottery for parents and families who are trying to apply to get their kids in the school that's scheduled for that same day on Tuesday when the board meeting is taking place. So the CEO says that they're going to continue with that lottery in the hopes that the board votes in their favor on Tuesday night. Reporting live in Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Amid Project Baltimore is reporting that found 23 Baltimore City schools had tested where students tested, not a single one of them had tested positive at math level. Some supporters say if the board wants to cut down the charter school, their performing public schools should close too.
The 23 or so schools where they have 0, and I've never heard that number in the entire history of me working with schools, 0 students who are proficient in math, and in some cases very low in English or language arts. And of course, those schools and the CEO should be judged and evaluated on what she's doing with the greater number of schools.
We're not getting our money's worth, and as a taxpayer, I'm outraged.
Now that brings us to our question of the day. If a charter school is forced to close, should failing public schools also close? So far, 98% of voters say yes. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote and click on the Pulse tab to weigh in.
You can read more about the failures within those city schools on our website, foxbaltimore.com/Project Baltimore.
A Frederick County mother is demanding parents be more involved in a school district's book review process. Heather Fletcher's concerns stem from the book Jack of Hearts. Now, the book tells a fictional story of a gay high schooler giving teenagers advice about sex. The author says it empowers teenagers. Now, online data suggests that it's one Frederick County high school library that Fletcher claims is sexually explicit and criticizes the presence of that book in schools.
This committee was hand-selected by FCPS employees that are in favor in institutionalizing sexual education. You won't open up this committee to the public.
It is not immediately clear if students have access to the book. Sinclair Broadcast Group did reach out to the district for comment, but has not yet heard back. In Baltimore County, some concerned citizens are looking to ban 2 books from public school library shelves. They argue the books contain explicit material. The Baltimore County school system says the books will remain on shelves in 2 school libraries, but parents can request their own children don't have access to it. You can find more on those books on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
We invite you to join us for a Your Voice, Your Future Town Hall, Crisis in the Classroom. It focuses on the relationship between crime, poverty, and education. It happens at Hoover Memorial Church this Monday at 7 p.m. You can also watch it live at foxbaltimore.com. The Baltimore NAACP is calling out Mayor Brandon Scott to stop the conduit hearing. In the next hour, why the organization is accusing BGE members of having a history of discriminatory practices. And your Friday is going to be sunny and blustery with highs in the low 50s. Next, meteorologist Amy Aronson is tracking the extreme cool down for your weekend. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.40 on this Friday morning. We are looking at a colder day ahead of us. Actual temperatures will back off into the low 50s, but winds are going to pick up, and that's going to make it feel brisk and cooler at times, feeling like we're actually in the low to mid 40s today. And tomorrow, even colder, and it also comes with a chance for some snow. I've got an updated look at our future scan in just about 10 minutes. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. And remember, you can track severe storms even when we're not on the air. All you have to do is download the free Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store, search WBFF to get started.
We are learning the coast-to-coast winter storm we've been monitoring here has now turned deadly. A Michigan firefighter was killed when he was electrocuted by a power line. It was brought down by ice from that severe weather that's sweeping across the region. Now, authorities identifying him as 28-year-old Ethan Quillen. He was a father, a friend, and a devoted volunteer. But in Michigan, there are still 700,000 people without power. At this point, the officials say they don't think they'll have the power back on until about Sunday, according to Detroit-based power company. And at this point, we also know in Portland, Oregon, there are also seeing roads that are refreezing it overnight. It made cleanup all the more challenging after thousands of drivers were stranded by record-setting snowstorm. Wednesday, some abandoning their cars on the highway. Now, parts of Southern California that usually don't even see snow are getting a taste of it with another winter storm that's moving into the West Coast. Hard to see here, but this is Big Bear Mountain Resort. And take a look, that snow falling there. Travel impacts expected in the state, especially for drivers crossing mountain passes. And that's the latest here from the Live Center. Back to you.
City Council members press BGE with tough questions in yesterday's controversial conduit hearing. Next, Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost takes us inside the figures and what has brought this investigation to where it is now. Plus, basketball taking over town as the CIAA tournament resumes later today. What we can expect from CFG Bank Arena coming up. It is 8:42. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Continuing coverage this morning, the conduit contract has been raising questions for weeks now.
Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost is at the accountability desk. She highlights the key players and where the investigation into the contract stands.
We're at the accountability desk, and let's go through some of the key players involved in this deal. Mayor Brendan Scott, he approved this deal on the February 15th Board of Estimates meeting despite significant opposition from several other leaders, including some inside City Hall. That's Jim Shea, the former city solicitor. And the city tells us that Shea worked on this deal with BGE, along with all the other legal issues before the city, before he retired in January of this year. This is Calvin Butler. He's the CEO of Exelon, but he was with BGE when Jim Shea was the chairman of a law firm that was working with BGE's parent company, Exelon, for their merger with Pepco in 2016. And it's this relationship that really had us wondering what's in it for Mayor Brandon Scott. So we asked him a couple questions, and here's what he said.
Do you have anything to gain personally from this contract?
Mackenzie, that's the most disrespectful questions you've ever asked me. No, I don't have anything personal to gain. I do what's right for Baltimore, not what's right for me.
This is Ebony Thompson. She's the acting city solicitor taking over for Jim Shea after he retired. She too worked for the same law firm that Shea did, and according to her LinkedIn page, also worked on that merger between Exelon and Pepco in 2016. The relationship between Butler and these city leaders had us wondering a few things, so we sent questions to Butler himself. When did you start negotiating contracts between BGE and the city of Baltimore? How does this contract benefit the people of Baltimore? We're still waiting to hear back, but in the meantime, we also sent questions to the city asking a few things like, did you consider putting this out for an open bid or auction? Why wasn't there a more formal bidding process? What procedures did you follow in approving this deal? We did get some answers. The city says that the bid process is only necessary when the city spends money, and because the conduit contract itself is actually an amendment to a lawsuit, they say that the procurement rules don't apply. Let's go over the timeline again, because on February 15th, that's when the BOE, or the City Spending Board, approved this contract with BGE. 2 days later, February 17th, BGE submitted their rate increase proposal to the State Utility Board, the Public Service Commission, and in that rate increase proposal, they included all of these investments that the city just approved. And because of that, BGE is looking to increase your monthly payments by more than $10 every month. Comptroller Bill Henry also takes issue with the fact that because of this contract, BGE could see some pretty big tax breaks.
BGE can do the work themselves and take advantage of all sorts of different tax breaks so that they will be effectively paying less money to do what is effectively about the same amount of work.
Now, we submitted a public records request to see emails between the mayor, Jim Shea, Ebony Thompson, and Calvin Butler, all talking about this deal between the city and BGE. The city says they will turn over communications between the mayor and Calvin Butler. So far, we haven't gotten anything, but we'll continue to fight to get those records. At the accountability desk, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
All right, Mackenzie, thank you. Don't let the warm morning fool you, because temperatures are on their way back down.
Oh, yeah. Back way down. Meteorologist Amy Aronson with a look at your full Weather Authority forecast. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, more typical today. We are still in February, technically, so temperatures are going to return to where they should be. Wah, wah. I know. It's a bummer heading into a weekend, but it is going to turn cooler. The 70s, yeah, they're long gone now. The sunshine is out, though, so that's nice to see, but numbers are falling, and they're falling fast. Some spots still holding on to the 50s, but I am starting to see some 40s appear, too, like in Westminster, 46 degrees there currently. And here comes the colder stuff. It's oozing its way in from the west here, taking over. Eventually, at this time tomorrow, actually, we're going to be waking up to temperatures in the 20s and in the 30s. Today, temperatures are gradually coming down. Cold front moving away from us, cooler air working its way towards us, and that's what's going to bring our temperatures down as we head over the next 24 hours. Today, not much happening otherwise on the weather map here. Things look nice and quiet, but come tomorrow, I'm tracking a disturbance coming in from the south and the west. I think this forecast model is overdoing it a little. I think they'll be more scattered, not a blob like this, but we are tracking on and off snow showers right around midday tomorrow. They don't last long, a couple of hours max. That means very, very minor accumulations, very minimal impacts, but certainly noteworthy. We haven't seen snow much this season, so that would be kind of cool, looking very wintry for the start of the weekend. Sunday looks much better for outdoor plans, though. The sun is back, warmer temperatures will follow, with highs rebounding back into the 50s before another weather maker moves in. This one will be a rain producer. It comes on Monday, a chilly rain producer with on and off showers through Monday afternoon. So for today, it's a dry one. Temperatures will be running on the cool side, but it is more seasonable. We should be in the upper 40s, and we are in the upper 40s to near 50 today. When you factor in the winds, it feels just a little cooler than that. Tonight, even colder. Under clear skies, we're dipping back into the 40s and eventually back into the 30s, eventually back into the upper 20s by Saturday morning. And that sets us up for some wintry weather. So I am throwing in some snow chances here right around midday. So anytime from late morning through early afternoon. They don't last long. Minimal accumulations, but certainly seeing some snow showers at some point during the afternoon tomorrow. Temperature-wise, it's going to be cold either way. Temperatures will be stuck in the 30s, just barely reaching that 40-degree mark. We are dry and warmer on Sunday. By Monday, here comes the rain with highs in the cool upper 40s. And then the 50s are back Tuesday and Wednesday, followed by near 60 degrees next Thursday. Back to you.
Looking ahead here, we want to take you live to the Inner Harbor as beautiful downtown Baltimore plays host to the CIAA tournament. A full slate of games today with both the men's and women's semifinals on the schedule at CFG Bank Arena. Tickets are still available at CIAA.com. Well, trending now, hospitals can be a pretty scary place for children, and that's why Spirit Halloween puts the fun in funding with the Spirit of Children program. They are on a mission to make hospitals more welcoming for kids and their families with support of Maryland hospitals. Spirit of Children presented Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital's Child Life Department with a donation of $115,000. To date, the group has raised $683,000 for Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital.
We are so grateful for the Spirit of Children's funds. This is by far continue to be one of the largest donations to our Child Life and Therapeutic Rec Department here at Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital.
Proceeds were collected in the Baltimore area's Spirit Halloween stores, spirithalloween.com, and from business partners. To date, Spirit of Children has raised $683,000 for Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. As the temperatures cool down, cozy up with a warm bowl of your favorite soup. In our next hour, an expert chef joining us to share more about how to make that creamy and delicious dish.
And winter-like temperatures return for the end of the week and the start of your weekend. Still ahead, meteorologist Amy Aronson will let you know just how chilly it will get.
There's something else that could warm us up. That chowder and then maybe something else?
Oh, yeah. I think it's time for a coffee break.
Let's do it.
Topping your morning business report, Google is asking employees to share desk. The company says it's part of its real estate efficiency program. Starting next quarter, hybrid employees in Google's cloud division will share desk with a coworker, so they're not there at the same time on the same day. Now, pilots for FedEx are moving closer to a strike as labor talks have stalled, and the union representing FedEx pilots has approved a strike authorization vote. It's not clear when that vote will take place, but it is the latest sign that a major rift between the union and FedEx management has not been resolved. This despite almost 6 months of oversight by a federal mediator. The embattled founder of crypto trading platform FTX is now facing 4 more criminal charges. The new charges against Sam Bankman-Fried expand his potential liability in what authorities say is a billion-dollar fraud scheme. Bankman-Fried was initially charged in December with 8 counts of an indictment that was unsealed on Thursday. It adds new charges for a total of 12 counts, including securities fraud and conspiracy to commit bank fraud. Wayfair wants you back. Home renovations pushed Wayfair's business early in the pandemic, and sales surged as people splurged on home furnishings. But now people are spending on restaurants and travel. Wayfair lost 5 million customers and $1.3 billion last year. Shares of Domino's Pizza are dropping following persistent issues with deliveries. Stock for the pizza chain plunged about 11% Thursday, and Domino leaders say in the fourth quarter, deliveries at stores at least a year fell more than 6% compared to the same time last year. They blame sluggish sales on a shortage of delivery drivers early last year. It was a red-hot discovery on Shark Tank. Now Genevieve Gorder is here with a special deal on a truly unique accessory. Find out more in America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Noki.
Hey, everyone. I've got a fantastic solution to an issue I know you can all relate to. I have a hands-free way to use your phone for whatever you want to do. We all know the sound of your phone crashing to the floor in the middle of a call, trying to prop it up on books and get that perfect shot, or you lean it against a glass to see the screen while you're cooking or working out or whatever. It's annoying because it never really works that great. Here's your solution. This is called Tentacle, and it's a super functional little gadget that I've been using a lot lately. It's a mount that can hang, wrap, stand, suction, rotate, and bend basically anywhere. And it can hold up to 42 pounds. I've used it in the car. You can put it on the bathroom mirror, hanging it off of a railing. It works. It's really flexible. I've also used it for shooting videos, and you can control it with this little Bluetooth remote, which is always handy. So Tentacle blew up on Shark Tank and hit record sales numbers, and it's easy to see why. People with hearing disabilities are even using it to keep their phone hands-free while they're signing. Now, there's universal threading that lets you mount speakers, lights, or microphones all on this tiny little base. So right now, we're offering an exclusive 33% off. You guys take advantage of this deal at asadeals.com.
Well, it's 9 o'clock, and we are following 3 big stories for you this hour. It's been a year since Russia invaded Ukraine. We'll show you how people in the city are remembering those who were killed in Ukraine.
And topping local news, heated debate over the mayor's controversial conduit deal with BGE. The questions both lawmakers and FOX45 News is demanding answers to.
The Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys left in limbo on whether or not it's going to have to close its doors. Coming up, the very latest from last night's meeting and when we can expect a decision to be made.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
All right. I just wanted to tell you something right now because we are very distracted. The smell of bacon is wafting throughout the entire building.
It smells so good.
Oh, my goodness.
Is this a deep tease to what's happening later in the show?
It is. Yeah. Thank you for waking up with us. I'm Tom Rogers, and I'm thinking about clams, and we'll tell you why in a little bit.
Love it. There we go. I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's check in with meteorologist Amy Aronson for a look at our weather today. We're dropping.
Yeah, we are dropping. What you need is some warm breakfast or
Clam
bacon
chowder.
or clam chowder, something. Yeah, something to warm you up because it's only going to get colder today. I'm watching our temperatures fall with each passing passing hour. We're now all in the upper 40s, low 50s. So we're about 10 degrees cooler than we started off our morning. And these numbers will continue to fall. And I'm actually breaking out the wind chill graphic, how cold it's going to feel. Feeling like we're in the low to mid 40s this afternoon as winds gust up to 20, 25 miles an hour today. And tomorrow, even colder than this. Plus, I'm tracking some snow showers. So winter is going to be in full force tomorrow. I've got an updated look at our future scan in just about 10 minutes. Tom?
All right, thank you, Amy. Taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and there's a crash. You see the officer right there just clearing this up, so that's some good news here. This is happening right in Overlea, right near Bel Air Road, so that's cleared up right now. Just waiting for that one officer to leave, and then we'll be on your way. No delays in that area because of now it's just the volume that is slowing you down around the inner and outer loops.
Do you believe that BGE will be able to service the conduit system at the same level that your team has been servicing it to date?
Okay.
It's really a yes or no. Are they going to?
No, I was trying to go back through the different questions.
Continuing coverage here, Baltimore City Council members are demanding some answers about Mayor Brendan Scott's deal with BGE over the conduit.
Yeah, that's right. And during an hours-long hearing, you heard some of that. Leaders from the utility company and the Scott administration facing some tough questions. Shannon Lilly shares what we can expect now moving forward.
Yeah, despite continued concern from many at City Hall, even following this meeting, there may be very little that City Council can do now to stop this agreement. And at last night's meeting, anger over the deal hit high gear. Listen.
I see nothing in the 2016 agreement or in this one that says BGE must give notice. I don't see anything in the agreements around ADA compliance. The fact that you're going to be going and doing much more work in our city and we're not going to get notice as residents that you're there is astounding.
We are gambling the future of our system in hopes that BGE can perform and their contractors will perform at the same high level as DOT has been performing.
Those questions and suspicions have been swirling through City Hall for weeks over a conduit agreement many council members say they knew nothing about until the deal was already done. Now, the agreement was negotiated by the mayor's office, and it gives BGE broad control over the city's underground conduit system. Representatives with BGE were questioned and then re-questioned about the role BGE will play under the new agreement.
When we look at this agreement, we see an opportunity.
So as you just heard there, BGE saying this is going to be a good thing, but other utilities who also have cables running through the conduit system say the new agreement gives BGE an unfair advantage. But again, there might not be much that can be done at this point because the mayor already approved this agreement at last week's Board of Estimates meeting. And the acting solicitor does admit that it's passed, it's filed, and it's done. Reporting in Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, BGE customers could see major hikes on their monthly utility bill. Now, a proposed rate hike would increase your monthly bill by an average of $10, and you see it right there, in 36 cents in each of the next 3 years, though. So by year 3, you'd actually be paying more than $31 a month, more than what you're paying right now.
The Baltimore NAACP is also taking a stand on this issue. It's calling on the mayor to stop the deal until the city council can look into it further, accusing BGE of having a history of discrimination practices.
In the last few years, I have come to realize that BGE is the last company that the city council or our mayor should blindly trust to make a good faith effort to equitably utilize minority contractors. I've learned that BGE has a company-wide and systemic pattern and practice of discriminating against black utility workers.
A spokesman with BGE says the company routinely exceeds minority hiring requirements and says the complaints of discrimination are simply not true.
Comptroller Bill Henry says the contract, though, will be back on the Board of Estimates agenda next week, the day after the City Council holds another investigative hearing. Fox 45 News will continue demanding answers about this BGE conduit contract. You can find all of our past reporting right now on our website at foxbaltimore.com. Also happening today, the man found guilty of shooting and killing a Navy midshipman's mother will be sentenced. A jury found Angelo Harrod guilty of murder late last year. Michelle Cummings, you see her there in that picture, was just in town to witness her son's induction into the Naval Academy when she was hit and killed by a stray bullet while she was sitting outside the Graduate Hotel in June of 2021. Harrod faces life in prison. Also happening today, it's officially 1 year since the Russia-Ukraine war began. There will be a vigil at the Inner Harbor to remember the lives lost. It's a deadline for both sides in the Marilyn Mosby case to present possible dates for her upcoming federal trial, which has already been delayed 3 times.
The Dow and S&P and NASDAQ are all on pace to end the week on a downturn. That's according to CNN Business. We'll be closely watching when markets open later this morning, and that's in just about an hour. Stocks closed higher on Wall Street Thursday. The Dow up 3.3%, NASDAQ up 0.7%, and the S&P up 5%, snapping a 4-long-day losing streak. According to the Department of Labor, first-time weekly jobless claims dropped by 3,000 last week, and the first-time unemployment insurance claims dropped 192,000, which is better than the 200,000 economists were expecting. Meanwhile, the Commerce Department reported Thursday that the U.S. economy grew less in the fourth quarter than previously believed. The annual growth rate in the final 3 months of last year was 2.7%, not 2.9% as originally thought. Mortgage rates rising for the third week in a row. The average 30-year fixed rate now sits at 6.5%. Last week it was 32% rather, and rates have been all over the map lately. They eclipsed 7% in November before trending downward, and lately they've been on the rise once again.
9:07 is the time, and making your headlines, the Republican National Committee will hold its first presidential debate in Milwaukee. No other debates have been sanctioned, and RNC officials say they are still working on the final criteria for the debate. According to the Washington Post, the committee plans to require all candidates taking part in the first to pledge their support to the party's eventual nominee. However, many of the potential contenders, including former President Donald Trump, have pushed back against that idea. Republicans insist entitlements, including Social Security, Medicare, are off the table when it comes to budget cuts.
But former Vice President Mike Pence, a possible 2024 presidential contender, says they shouldn't be. He explained why in an interview with CNBC.
Right now, President Biden's policy is insolvency. I mean, we're looking at a debt crisis in this country over the next 25 years that is driven by entitlements, and nobody in Washington, D.C. wants to talk about it.
It is a thorny issue. President Biden was jeered by congressional Republicans in his State of the Address Union for claiming Republicans are coming for Americans' entitlements. They agreed that they won't.
So, folks, as we all apparently agree, Social Security and Medicare is off the books now, right? They're not to be funded. All right. We got unanimity.
Republicans insist on budget cuts as part of any deal to increase the debt limit. Democrats say there should be no preconditions. Former President Trump has warned the party to stay away from Social Security and Medicare and to find cuts elsewhere. The Pentagon is now investigating how internal emails leaked for 2 weeks without its knowledge. A Pentagon spokesperson says this investigation comes after multiple U.S. Special Operations Command emails were exposed online. The military reportedly had no knowledge of the leaks, and DoD officials say the investigation will look for the root cause of this leak and why it wasn't detected sooner.
Well, now it's time to get a check on the temperatures as they continue to plunge today.
That's right. Let's check with meteorologist Amy Aronson. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, looks like winter again. That's going to be the case by the end of the day today, turning brisk and cooler, low 50s today, even colder tomorrow with highs only in the upper 30s. Plus, we've got some snow showers to throw into the mix tomorrow afternoon. Doesn't last long. We are going to warm right back up by Sunday. Sunday's definitely the better of the 2 weekend days for anything you want to do outside. Maybe just get some fresh air. Sunday, we're back in the more comfortable mid-50s. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I've got an updated look at that snow chance tomorrow, but we're also going to look ahead to a couple of weather makers that will be moving our way next week. Tom, Taylor.
Thank you, Amy. Still ahead, possible break-in and a deadly hit and run that's been puzzling police up until now. New photos police are hoping will help solve this case.
But first, today marks 1 year since Russia invaded Ukraine. We'll go live to Washington for a closer look at the continued support from the U.S. You're watching Good Day Baltimore, Fox 45 all day.
Well, developing now on this one-year anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the White House is out with more sanctions against Russia and support for Ukraine.
That's right. Sinclair national correspondent author Alan Shore joins us live from Capitol Hill with the latest. Good morning.
Hey, Tom and Taylor. So first on the sanctions, these are in coordination with G7 allies targeting more than 200 people and entities, both in Russia and in countries around the world that are supporting its war. They're taking specific aim at banking, tech, and energy sectors. And going through the list of these new steps earlier this morning, it was clear how real the threat is that China may provide assistance, potentially lethal assistance, to Russia. They've played a major role in keeping Russia's economy afloat by purchasing oil over the past year, while the West shut off its purchasing of it and imposed price caps on Russian oil. But the White House is specifically calling China out with new export restrictions meant to prevent them from purchasing things like semiconductors made either in the U.S. or with U.S. technology. And of course, the subtext of all of that is the Chinese surveillance balloon incident from earlier this month. Also new, the United States will lead the G7's new enforcement coordination mechanism. That's what they're calling it. And this is designed to counteract Russia's attempts to circumvent the sanctions. And as for support for Ukraine, equally important, especially on this anniversary, the White House is announcing $10 billion in economic assistance that was recently approved by Congress that will soon be dispersed. Part of it's going to Ukrainian infrastructure, as well as another security package coming from the Pentagon.
Atra, so at this hour, the Associated Press just saying that there's more sanctions now. President Biden's meeting virtually with G7 leaders and Ukrainian President Zelensky. So what are you hearing?
So this meeting is getting underway any minute now, and the goal here is for allies to, formally announce all of these sanctions and new support, but also to coordinate their efforts to support Ukraine. The G7 is increasing its commitment, we know, to Ukraine to $39 billion for 2023. But this meeting, more symbolically, is yet another chance for these allies to display their unity to the world on this solemn anniversary and demonstrate their seriousness about responding to countries like China, Iran as well, should they align closer to Russia. And again, like I said, perhaps follow through on providing lethal assistance to Russia, as U.S. intelligence indicated earlier this week.
Atra Al-Nashar from Washington, thank you.
Alrighty, let's get over to meteorologist Amy Aronson, because we were enjoying that weather yesterday, but today might be doing stuff indoors.
Weren't we talking about that yesterday? Sunblock and flip-flops.
Yeah, sunblock, flip-flops, and
boots and mittens.
Yeah, gloves. Why not?
Just everything, right? Yeah, all the accessories. You're going to need the winter stuff this weekend. Not only is it going to be colder, it's going to feel colder as we get into the weekend. Right now, we are looking at sunshine. Temperatures are falling, though. We started the morning off near 60. Now we're in the 50s and 40s. So temperatures are falling and will continue to do that as we head into the weekend. We're holding on to that 53 here in Baltimore, but not too far off from here. You see all that blue and you see lots of 30s on the map. We'll see temperatures like that by tomorrow morning here. So the colder air is coming. And that's all behind this cold front that's pulling away from us, dragging the colder air in behind it. Cold enough for snow showers in parts of upstate New York. Not the case here today, but come tomorrow, could be the case here. Let's take a look at the future scan. We are staying bright and sunny today, but here comes that next disturbance rolling in from the west. And yes, it gives us that chance for some scattered snow showers right around midday tomorrow, anytime between 12 o'clock and 3 in the afternoon. They don't last long, couple of hours max, so minor accumulations are expected with minor impacts. Remember, the road temperatures are still nice and warm from the past couple of days. Sunday, the sunshine is back. We're warming back up. The mid-50s are back by the end of the weekend. And then here comes another weather maker zipping in on Monday, sending us rain. A chilly rain will unfold Monday with on and off showers here as we head through the afternoon. So for today, it's going to be dry. It's going to be cool and brisk. Actual temperatures in the low 40s. Feel like temperatures stuck in the mid 40s today. And then tonight, even colder. Under mostly clear skies, temperatures will be falling, dropping through the 40s, and eventually actually nearing freezing again by Saturday morning. That sets us up for, some snow showers. So I did throw them into our planner here anytime between midday and about 3 o'clock. Otherwise, it's going to be cold. Temperatures will actually be stuck in the mid and upper 30s as we head through the afternoon tomorrow. So tomorrow's the coldest day out of the next 7 by far. We are back in the mid 50s by Sunday. Monday, I'm throwing in the chance for some rain with chilly temperatures, highs only in the upper 40s, and then the 50s return both Tuesday and Wednesday. By Thursday, we're actually flirting with that 60-degree mark, plus we are tracking a new weather maker for the end of the week that sends us a chance for some spotty showers. But let's start off now by taking a look at a view through your window. I want to thank Mary for this very pretty sunrise shot she saw. I believe this was actually yesterday morning, but we love to see your sunrise pictures, and we'd love to see the view through your window. So to send us your pictures, just go over to our website at foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, or you can actually scan the QR code that you're going to see. There it is, right there on your screen. Tom, Taylor.
Thank you, Amy. Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and taking a look at some of the cameras around the Beltway here for us. And no indications of any accidents that we're seeing popping up here on there. Some debris in the roadway right near the Beltway in 695's. That's at the south lane right there in 95. But that's not causing any delays either. So it looks really good. One vehicle, wait a second, we got something on the Key Bridge, also is broke down on the right-hand side, not causing any delays either. So looks great for your morning commute. Here's a live look now from the Lens Solar mobile track out there in the sun. This is in the area of Lutherville, right on the inner loop. So as you see, everyone's moving along just fine.
Still ahead, we're waiting for the release of 3 big economic reports. They're actually just coming in. The concerns inflation could only continue to worsen coming up.
Oh, if only you had smell-o-vision at home. Just in time for this weekend's big cool down. Tomorrow, National Clam Chowder Day. We're going over to the kitchen here in a little bit, find out exactly what she is cooking up. We've got a chef in there, and she's got all smiles, and she has bacon.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
$9.23, and all right, before you get all your all messed up a little bit here. We're talking about clam chowder, and we're not talking about crabs, and we are in Maryland. Just get ready for it, because we're cooling down this weekend. Maybe the perfect time to enjoy a hot bowl of clam chowder, and you would not believe the odors that are coming here in the studio because of this woman right here. There's no better place than enjoying this creamy dish here in Maryland. Owner and chef of Bread and Butter Kitchen, Monica Alvarado, is joining us. And thank you so much for bringing everybody in the whole building going, what is that amazing smell?
It was bacon.
It was bacon, but now you've moved on. You've got some onions going right here.
Yeah, so we start to make the clam chowder. It's really simple. We are going to start with bacon in the pan or pancetta and get it crispy, take it out, use that grease, add a little butter, and then we're going to add some celery, onions, garlic, and let them get soft. And we're at the point now.
It's ready to go.
We're ready to go.
So we're adding the potatoes?
We're going to add the potatoes.
Does it matter the type of potato that you're using?
Yes,
and don't let me stop you. I'm going to be asking questions the whole time.
I'm gonna add some of this potatoes.
Yeah.
A little bit of water in there, and some clam juice, and just as an aside, you can actually make the clam broth yourself from scratch, which is what we did for the soup today.
Okay.
It's really simple. Oh, it's really simple. It's really just 2 cups of water. Boil, just bring the 2 cups of water to a boil, add the clams and cover it for 5 minutes. Open it up, stir it, let it steam again for 5 more minutes. Take the clams out, and that's it.
There you go. There's your clam juice. So why buy it when you already have all the ingredients right there in your kitchen?
And luckily, Maryland, which most people don't know, Maryland actually has clam business, right? Not business, but we have clams,
it's in the shadows of the crabs.
It's a very small compared to the oysters and the crabs, but we do have our own actual Maryland clams available year-round, actually.
And that's where you get it from Bread and Butter Kitchen? You get all of your clams here locally as much as possible?
We try as much as possible.
I mean, seasonal, so yeah.
Absolutely.
We understand that here. All right, so now there's a lot of little ingredients, though. It's kind of the flavoring that comes in here. Don't eat the bay leaves. I've learned that lesson.
Don't eat the bay leaves. We're going to dump some thyme in there, and a couple bay leaves, and then we're going to add some kosher salt. Kosher is my preferred. If you're going to do something other than kosher, just check the recipe. Chunky salt. And I have a little smoked salt as well, just to add a little under.
Wait, what's smoked salt? How come I've never heard of this before?
It's literally just salt that's been smoked.
It's just been smoked?
Right, and it gives a little bit of a smoky flavor, which you're going to get a little bit of that from the bacon, but if you're not a bacon person, this is a good way to add that flavor in.
If you're not a bacon person, you shouldn't even be tuning in right now. You know the morning news crew, it's all about the bacon around here, but yeah, okay. So then you're mixing that up. How long do you keep that on?
So you're going to get this up to a boil until the potatoes are tender and ready to go.
And then that is what it would look like. Let's see if we can get that camera over here.
Yeah.
This is basically what's the ingredient right there, because you're going to put the clams in there, get to this point, we're out of time. And then you're able to put that together. And let's see the finishing product right here from Bread and Butter Kitchen right here down in Annapolis. Look at that.
Yes, and we've got some of our cheddar.
Show this for TV.
Yeah, definitely.
Can we get that tight shot again real quick? Let me see. Look at that. See that? Look at that. Yes. There you go. All right, we're going to get in trouble. They're yelling at me. But you can find it right on their website. You are right at our website is foxbaltimore.com, so you can find all about your clam chowder soups. Thank you so much. And then I was looking at your menu and I got confused. There's scones. There's so much stuff right here. Thirst traps. The best part about this menu right here, vegetarian and vegan. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Still ahead, growing push by parents to take certain books out of public school libraries. Content some parents are calling controversial, and they don't want any kids to see or read. And the fate of the Baltimore Collegiate School for boys still hangs in the balance this morning, why a decision still hasn't been made, and what that means for the students and their families. 9:27 is the time. Yeah, clam chowder day. Come on. Good day, Baltimore.
temperatures, but also some snow showers. We're in the 40s now in a lot of spots, so temperatures are falling. Upper 40s, low 50s right now. They'll stay at this point pretty much all day today, so not much of a warm up. We've got winds now blowing in from the northwest, anywhere from calm up to 20 miles an hour, 25 miles an hour in Bel Air. That's making it feel even colder. So as you plan out the rest of your day, plan on layers if you're headed out. Low 50s technically this afternoon, feels a little colder than that due to the gusty winds this afternoon. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, we will look ahead to Saturday. I'll break down your temperatures for the weekend. Plus, I've got an updated look at that snow chance coming tomorrow. Tom?
All right, thank you, Amy. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network and a look at your drive times here. Look at this, not bad at all. Just 3 minutes longer, 12-minute commute from 95 to 83. Typically, that's a 9-minute commute for you.
That motion passes with 10 in favor and 1 absent. So this conversation will pick up in the next upcoming meeting.
And that's where a crisis in the classroom coverage after an hours-long hearing and confusing back and forth from the school board members. The Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys still does not know its fate.
The school is at risk of losing its charter, despite school CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises recommending the school stay open.
Now, there was supposed to be a vote and a decision made last night, but as Shannon Lilly explains, the board was not able to come to a decision.
Yeah, this was an unprecedented board meeting. With one member missing, it allowed for a 5-5 deadlock. And all in all, after about 3 hours of debate, no decision was made. But the CEO of the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys is remaining optimistic despite that outcome. Let's take a listen.
That's their job, to have concerns. And so I want them to work that out. I want them to be able to be comfortable with supporting us. But I implore them to just think about what we do for the city. There's lots of parents who thank us for turning their sons around.
But let's rewind a bit to remind you how we got here. Remember, last week, City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises urged the board to keep this school open in her official recommendation. But in discussing that recommendation last night, the board had a laundry list of concerns and conditions for the school. So moving forward, they want to see the school bring on more certified teachers. They want to see them improve special education services. They also want to see them hire a city-approved financial advisor. When it came down to their decision, though, the votes were tied, and ultimately they deferred the vote to their next meeting, which is taking place on Tuesday. But timing is really not ideal because that is the same day that the school is holding a lottery for families trying to get their kids into the school. The CEO says they are going to continue with that lottery in the hopes that the board votes in their favor in that Tuesday meeting. Reporting from Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, as Baltimore Collegiate waits to learn its fate, Project Baltimore found 23 Baltimore City public schools. You see them there on the map and listed out where not a single student among those who tested were performing at math at their grade level. Some supporters say if the board shuts down the charter school, which has good performance records, then poor performing public schools should close too.
The 23 or so schools where they have zero, and I've never heard that number in the entire history of me working with schools, zero students who are proficient in math, and in some cases very low in English or language arts. And of course, those schools and the CEO should be judged and evaluated on what she's doing with the greater number of schools.
We're not getting our money's worth, and as a taxpayer, I'm outraged.
As for a question of the day, if a charter school is forced to close, should failing public schools also close? As you see right there on the bottom there, 98% of those who have voted say yes. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on the polls tab. You can also read more about the failures within those city schools right on our website, foxbaltimore.com/Project Baltimore.
A Frederick County mother is demanding parents be more involved in a school district's book review process. Heather Fletcher's concerns stem from the book Jack of Hearts. The book tells the fictional story of a gay high schooler giving teenagers advice about sex. The author says it empowers teenagers. Online data suggests it's in one Frederick County high school library. Fletcher claims it is sexually explicit and criticizes its presence in schools.
This committee was hand-selected by FCPS employees that are in favor in institutionalizing sexual education. You won't open up this committee to the public.
It is not immediately clear if students have access to the book. Sinclair Broadcast Group reached out to the district for comment, but have not yet heard back. In Baltimore County, some are looking to ban 2 books from public school library shelves. They argue the books contain explicit material. The Baltimore County school system says the books will remain on shelves in 2 school libraries, but parents can request their own children don't have access to it. You can find more on those books on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Several major economic indicators just released this morning.
And Taylor Stewart is in our live center with the latest. Taylor.
That's right. We're taking a live look here over New York, where analysts are combing through new data from the Commerce Department. It shows that consumer prices rose 0.6% from December to January. Consumer spending rose 5.3% in the last year. The report also shows that consumer spending rose 1.8% last month. Just for some context here, that means consumer spending increased, and even still, prices went up. Now, analysts say part of what's driving Americans to spend is the relatively strong job market. Weekly unemployment rates have remained near historic lows, a sign that layoffs are so far not impacting most sectors. That said, we continue to get news of more cuts to come. Now, the technology sector is seeing some of the largest cuts here. A new report from the Washington Post, if we could pull that up here, has shown us that Meta is planning to make more cuts. This is the company owned by Facebook. They already slashed 11,000 workers in November, and at the time, CEO Mark Zuckerberg said he did not anticipate additional layoffs. Well, we'll end this week with all of that data and aggregating it for you. We'll bring you those updates here at the Live Center. Back to you.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Coming up, a new push in Annapolis to change how we look at drug addiction. How the family of one victim says the change could save lives.
A live look outside right now. Gone are yesterday's record-setting temperatures, breaking a 149-year record. We look at a big cool down this weekend when we could even see some snow. That's all coming up. 9:37 is your time, and you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
is 9:40, and it is so Baltimore. The CIAA is taking over the city.
Downtown Partnership wants you to get in on this action this morning. In fact, we're joined by Bowie State University athlete Jasmine Scott, highlighting some of these games. And the games pick up again at noon, right, Jasmine?
Yes, of course.
All right, now I don't want to set us off on the wrong foot here, but are you going to be cheering for Elizabeth City State University at noon? Because I know there's a little bit of an upset yesterday.
Yeah, I will not be cheering for Elizabeth City, but I may come down and watch a game or two, or maybe the championship game. Yeah. Yesterday was a tough game for us, but we still played hard, and you know, we have to have short-term memory and move on and build and learn from that game.
What a performance. What was the atmosphere like?
The atmosphere was very lively. We had a lot of support from our Bowie State family, from our band, our cheerleaders, especially from residents here in Baltimore, which was also awesome. I grew up in the area, so just being in a lively arena, and I know we didn't have the best hand in the tournament, but the momentum and the energy in the arena was definitely felt.
It's an experience.
So many different teams gathering here in Baltimore. Thank you so much for giving us a couple minutes of your time. And hey, you get to relax now. You get to chill out, relax, and just hang out and hobnob with people on TV, right?
Yep.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. If you'd like some more information about the CIAA tournament going on right now, just head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Still ahead, the governor making his pick to lead state police. We'll take a closer look at his choice and the person's background.
And Full Measure is all new this week, taking a closer look at a power play being made by China. We're going to go to Washington for a live preview. It is 9:42 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. All local, all morning. It is 9:45. This week on Full Measure, there's an important power play being made by China in America's backyard. Full Measure reports from South America this week with that report, and Cheryl Atkinson is joining us now live with a preview. Cheryl, good morning. What is the story?
Well, we're reporting on China's Belt and Road Initiative, which is probably the most ambitious infrastructure project ever envisioned. While we are busy giving cash foreign aid of taxpayer money to Central and South America, countries that then are sometimes sending drugs and people to come into the U.S. illegally, China's taking a different approach, investing in these countries in a way that expands their power and influence right in our backyard. They're building roads and bridges, public transportation, all kinds of things. Scott Thuman reports from South America on why this matters to all of us and how the U.S. is struggling to think about a strategy to counter it.
Very interesting. I know you're also looking at a controversy about the surprising source of an extra paycheck for some government scientists. I hadn't heard about this. What are you hearing?
Well, it's shrouded in a lot of secrecy. The National Institutes of Health, scientists who work there making discoveries while we're paying them. Sometimes the discoveries result in patents that are given or sold to private companies like the pharmaceutical industry that then sometimes, get this, pay royalties not to us who financed all of it, but individually to the government scientists. Again, in a system that's shrouded in a lot of secrecy. The watchdog Open the Books has dug deep into this, and we'll have some really interesting information on it Sunday on Full Measure.
Looking forward to it. Cheryl, thanks for joining us this morning. And remember, you can watch Full Measure with Cheryl Atkinson right here on Fox 45. It airs Sundays at 10 a.m. and then again at 11 p.m. And for a behind-the-scenes look at Cheryl's stories and investigations, you can look up the podcast Full Measure After Hours, wherever you like to listen to podcasts.
Topping your session 2023 news, Maryland State House is debating a bill that would require hospital ERs or emergency departments to test for fentanyl every time they drug test a patient who is having a drug overdose. A Baltimore woman who lost her partner to fentanyl overdose testifying before lawmakers, saying she thinks the bill will save lives.
At the hospital, Josh was pronounced brain dead. Several days later, his family and I got his urine drug screen back. It showed only cocaine, despite his family and I finding fentanyl in his apartment. It turns out the hospital had not tested for fentanyl. This bill is a simple and logical step that we can take towards addressing the fentanyl crisis in Maryland, and I truly do believe it has the ability to save hundreds of lives.
Well, now to news around Baltimore or around Maryland. A 70-year-old man is charged with shooting a man in Anne Arundel County. This happened Wednesday at Brooklyn Park home. Police say the 48-year-old victim lives with the suspect. The Allegheny County man accused of killing 3 people, including his half-brother and sister-in-law in Howard County, has been offered a plea deal. Prosecutors say Jeffrey Burnham, seen here, was motivated by COVID conspiracy theories. The trial is set for March 28th. Maryland State Police releasing pictures of a vehicle wanted in a deadly hit-and-run in Aberdeen. That happened last November, southbound 95. See if we can get that picture up. We shared a picture of the vehicle, though. It's on our website. If we can't get it now, foxbaltimore.com. And Governor Wes Moore makes his pick to lead Maryland State Police. The governor nominating State Police veteran Lieutenant Colonel Roland Butler. Butler brings nearly 30 years of police experience to that role.
All right, 9:48 now. It is Friday, and we're wondering how it's going to feel.
Yes, in fact, it was amazing day yesterday. Not so today. We're kind of getting back into February.
Yeah.
The sunshine is there. 9:55. We've come a long way from this morning, although unfortunately this morning when we all came into work, it was like 60 degrees. Still felt great. Not the case now. Temperatures are coming back down gradually. It's back to reality. We are still in February. Final weekend of the month, actually, which is crazy. Just zipped by. Low 50s today, so it's going to be brisk and cooler, dressed for the mid-40s because of the winds. Tomorrow, we're just in winter mode for one brief day. Not only are we struggling to get out of the 30s, yes, we'll all see some snow showers briefly Saturday afternoon between 12 o'clock and 3 o'clock. They're not going to last long. It's not going to accumulate too much, so minimal impacts, but at least it'll be cool to see some snow. We haven't seen that much this year.
Cool.
And then it's
cool,
gone.
Amy. You think that's going to be cool?
And then it's gone. One little blip. We're back into the mid-50s by the end of the weekend.
And it's the last weekend of February.
Yeah. Nuts. And then
so spring
we're into
starts.
March. Yeah. Meteorological spring, technically. March 1st.
And tomorrow's clam chowder day, so it's fitting.
Perfect.
You know what?
Yeah. Perfect.
We still have some clam chowder sitting over there waiting. Just call. Can you hear?
Yeah.
Have a great weekend. We'll see you back here Monday.